Okay, this is Paul Kramer, the chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners. I want to welcome everyone to the today's meeting on January 27, 2023. A couple notes. Well, about the schedule. We have the discussion of Rule 4.41. That's going to begin at right around 11 o'clock to accommodate some staff schedules. I'll also note that Judge James Herman has resigned from the committee, and we're not sure when a successor might be appointed. We will be endeavoring to replace him as the vice chair of the Moral Character Subcommittee. However, but that's for the future. And the other item I'm going to hold is the discussion of the Blue Ribbon Commission proceedings, because Esther Lynn has informed us that she will arrive at about noon. And while there's not a lot of that to say about that particular item, one of the reasons why I kept it on the agenda was to allow members to provide feedback to Esther and Alex Chan, our representatives on that commission, should they have some to provide. And so I think it makes sense to wait until Esther arrives so she can hear that. So with that, Devin, would you take the roll?
Dr. Bolton?
Here.
Robert Brody?
Here.
Dr. Cow?
Here.
Alex Chan?
Here.
Jim Efting?
Here.
Kareem Gangora?
Here.
Judge Guerrera?
Here.
Dolores Heisinger? Larry Kaplan?
Here.
Paul Kramer?
Present.
Alex Lawrence?
Here.
Esther Lynn? Bethany Peak? Ashley Silva Guzman?
Here.
Vince Reyes?
Here.
David Torres?
Here.
Dr. Wilcoxon?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. For those of you who are viewing this meeting via Zoom on your computer, where you're seeing the headshots of the participants, closed captioning of the video feed is available. To view those closed captions, you would hover your mouse over the lower part of your screen, where the Zoom toolbar is located, and there should be a section labeled CC for closed captioning. Oh, I just popped it up on mine, and I had to go use the more button, but it says captions. And if you click on that, then you can turn them on or off. You'll find if you don't need them, that turning them on would tend to obliterate some of the content on the lower part of half of your screen sometimes. So if you don't need them, you probably want to leave them off. If you're still having technical difficulties, please don't hesitate to contact State Bar staff for further assistance. And for future viewers of this, via the recording that will be made available eventually, you can also do the same thing with a roughly similar function when you're viewing the YouTube video that is the recording of today's meeting. So the next item on the agenda is public comment. The Board of Trustees recently adopted a public comment policy that applies to all bar committees, including this one. Its policy statement says the State Bar of California welcomes public comment at all of its public meetings and appreciates listening to a wide range of viewpoints that reflect the diversity of California. These public comment rules are designed to ensure that members of the public may exercise their right to be heard, as well as ensure that the State Bar is able to fulfill its obligation to conduct business on behalf of the people of California in a timely fashion. Written public comment may be submitted to the email address on the meeting agenda. We encourage you to submit written public comments at least 24 hours prior to the start of a meeting Comments received less than 24 hours prior to the start of a meeting will be distributed the following business day. In this case, that would be Monday. For oral comment, persons were encouraged to sign up to speak in advance of the meeting and will be called in the order they signed up. Persons attending the meeting remotely via Zoom or telephone will be called in the order they appear in the attendee list. Couple ground rules: speakers cannot cede their time to another speaker. It is not guaranteed that all who wish to speak will be able to do so. To facilitate hearing from as many members as possible, we encourage you not to repeat points that were made by previous speakers. Simply say that you agree with them. To allow the committee the time needed to deliberate on the important topics that we will be discussing today, we will be limiting public comments to 3 minutes per person. Law school deans or a designated school representative may speak at the time their items are heard by the committee, following staff's presentation for up to 5 minutes. Others who wish to speak in support of a school must make their comments during this public comment window we are about to open. If you are on Zoom and want to speak, you'll need to raise your hand unless you're already on the sign-up list. To do so, click on the hand icon at the bottom center of your Zoom window. If you are participating by telephone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That's the star key and then the number 9. You would press it again to raise your hand as well. Our coordinator will call members of the public, starting with the pre-meeting signups, then the Zoom list in the order that they raised their hands or signed up. Staff will enable the microphone of the speaker and start our new on-screen timer. Can you show that, Devin, or I'm sorry, Viviana? So if you see Viviana Garcia's box in the Brady Bunch presentation there, you can see a timer is now counting down. And that timer will flash during the final 10 seconds of your time. If you cannot see the timer and want us to tell you when you have 30 seconds remaining, just let us know when you begin speaking. I assume we have people wishing to make a comment. So Devin, are you going to be the one calling on them, or will it be someone else?
I will. So for our
Go
first
ahead.
public comment, we have Benjamin Cohn.
Hello, thank you, and good morning. I wanted to go over some high-level concerns with the Office of Admissions budget condition. I think that it is a little bit jumping the gun to raise exam fees, at least with the public level of due diligence seen on other funding sources and other ways to cut costs. There was a lot of very interesting discussion at the December 2nd CBE meeting. I think Member Brody had discussed for the attorney oath ceremony some of the informal partnerships with judges to get people sworn in at facilities like courthouses and get volunteers. And CBE member Bethany Peak had mentioned that maybe there would be ways to still execute the exact same testing accommodations and honor the exact same approval standards, but at a lower cost. I wanted to make you aware that when I tested in the October 2020 exam, there was an entire floor of hotel rooms rented at the Crown Plaza SFO, even when I was the only person testing at that site for 2 of the days. So that could be an example of areas to look into. There are a lot of grants on grants.gov, which is a website for federal grants. And some of those do seem to appear applicable to the state bar's activities and the Office of Admissions activities. Those are things that maybe should be discussed when you're thinking about how to solve the budget issues. I think some of them aren't your fault. Some of them are the fault of ExamSoft and the NCBE. They have caused a lot of operational integrity and budgetary issues their pricing takes a lot of the Office of Admissions budget, and I encourage you to look into alternative vendors for that purpose as well. I also disagree with the idea that it should be that subsidies are inherently bad and lead to adverse economic theory outcomes. Especially when helping resolve choke points that would lead to greater economic productivity in the long run, and acknowledging that there's a hugely uneven distribution of investment capital between applicants and practicing attorneys. Then on the matter of testing accommodations, I submitted a new written comment. It's a lot more thorough. It addresses the current rules, but I...
Thank you for your public comment. It's been 3 minutes.
Okay.
And our next public comment will be from Rev Frank.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of who I am and what my involvement with the state bar has been over the last couple of years, but you guys really do have a serious problem with presenting your ethics to the public. And when I got into a disagreement with Vanessa Holton, I filed a state bar complaint as is allowed. I alleged she was not doing her job. And I'm also a writer, and I created a website, vanessaholton.com, which was used to not only be somewhat clickbait, but it also detailed the loving story between me and a girl I knew in England when I was stationed there in the Air Force. Now, how Vanessa Holton got involved in thinking that was about her, I'm not exactly sure. But when I reviewed the emails, it turned out that Steve Mazar, your accounting officer, is the one that was really harassing her because he forwarded and opened that email over 100 times in the next couple of days. Now, it took me 2 years to finally get that police report closed out. And what they said was that a website was created to use and harass and defame the victim. Well, I think you guys are all aware that right now you are sitting in a public forum. I am sure that you know that, like Donna Hershkowitz sitting there is a public individual. And according to the Saturday Night Live rule, you are subject to being lampooned. And especially when people are requesting redress of their problems, you guys are supposed to respond in kind. But how do you respond? When I complained, you guys had to bring in Larry DeCello, who is, by the way, a college alumni of Vanessa Holton. They graduated from college probably around the same time. And why would a friend of Vanessa's need to be brought in to clear her? Couldn't you find a real attorney, one that's not was tainted by being fired for you guys 10 years ago? This is not what gives the public here any trust in you whatsoever. Again, when the ombudsman program comes in, I'm going to make sure I'm one of the first ones in line. And again, you've seen Mark Lieberman's lawsuit against you. I filed a lot of Freedom of Information Act requests that Leah has ignored over and over. And I'm just going to wait for him to start maybe subpoenaing these reports. And if he ever wants me to testify as to my experiences with you guys, trust me, you're not going to like the notes that I've got. Everything that's documented on the website shows that I've got clear proof of Vanessa Holton filing the report, the calls that Officer Bellamy left, voicemails, they're recorded. And yet, what does the state say? The case was closed after investigation with no referral to the district attorney. Now, if Vanessa Holton is such a high-priced, very powerful lawyer, how come she couldn't get that straight? How come the police couldn't find anything to prosecute, especially since it was a felony that their police officers engaged in? Thank you very much. I'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Todd Hill.
Good morning, all. I hope you're well. I will follow Mr. Cohn's point first in saying that the Administrative Procedures Act is federal law that requires the publishing of notices and provides rulemaking, public comment, and things like that. But most important to Mr. Cohn's point, it requires that there's adequate consideration and deliberation in the processes. And that's not simply just in accordance with the business judgment rule. The reality is that anytime the esteemed body en masse or individually under color of law violates that act, it is one of the few ways it can be held accountable. That is probably the reality of it. And so every time it fails to do those considerations, and that is also failing to consider the consequence of its act, right? So Mr. Cohn's point is that the consequence here is waste, right? He has 2 floors dedicated to his accommodations, and there's a fight against accommodations. And again, I will remind you, the first mandate is, protection of the public is the highest priority, no matter the conflict of interest. So Mr. Cohn sounds like he has protected status, or at least he's speaking on behalf of a class of folks that have protected status, and therefore it seems that they are due, not just under federal law, but by duty, for you guys to do better consideration there. Interestingly enough, I have an issue related to open-ended inchoate acts related to the Administrative Procedure Act. And the fact that these are inchoate acts doesn't actually necessarily mean when they're called in, say, a RICO context, a predicate act, that the temporality of the act mattered, right? If I have an agreement to rob a bank, for example, with a couple of friends of mine, and unbeknownst to me, they were nabbed early and I opened the door late to the vault, right? Well, no, they didn't have the ability to achieve the crime anymore. But we had, in conspiracy, agreed on me opening the vault door. And that's the predicate inchoate act, in furtherance of the conspiracy, whether or not the goal could be achieved. And so I feel that from my perspective, this notion of equity and inclusion, this invitation to participate for public comment, carefully timed, where the instructions actually took longer than the amount of public comment I suspect you have today.
Thank you for your
Thank
public
you.
comment. And our final public comment is from Jacob Shaw.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Shaw. I am a recent graduate of law school, and I'd like to briefly discuss bar exam reform, which is a topic that I hope is on all of your minds. To summarize the exam's many problems, the bar exam tests far too much rote memorization of various, often unused or easy to research legal concepts, rather than important client interaction, research, writing, and problem analyzation skills required to be a competent attorney. It is so unrelated to competency that I highly doubt any member of this committee who practices as a lawyer or as a judge could pass the bar exam in its current state without spending months of time, effort, and money to restudy for the exam. Does this mean that the members of this committee do not possess the knowledge needed to competently practice law? Or is the bar exam an inadequate measure of competency? Indeed, it is well known among many lawyers and judges that the exam is unrelated to the skills and knowledge required to practice law. Yet thousands of people waste thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours every year on an ineffectual exam which does not test relevant skills. Hundreds of those people failed to pass despite the fact that they would have made perfectly competent attorneys, but were weeded out by a meaningless criteria. I encourage you to act quickly to stop this waste. I would like to offer some suggestions to fix the situation. First, I would suggest that you modify the bar exam by eliminating the multiple choice portion of the exam and replacing most essays with so-called performance tests, an essay type that already exists on the bar, where applicants are given a legal library and a fact scenario and must research the legal library and apply it to the facts. This would allow applicants to be tested solely on their abilities to practice law and not to be asked trivia on if the President of the United States has the authority to deploy warships to China and other such ridiculous questions and concepts that already exist in the bar exam. I would also ask that you please consider the non-exam pathway to becoming an attorney or other practitioner in California. I think that it's a far more accurate test of real skills to use real practice. And it's ironic that the people who consistently obtain some of the lowest passage rates on this exam are the people who gain the ability to take the exam by studying under an attorney for 4 years. The people with the most real life experience are the people who consistently perform poorly on this exam. I can think of no more ironic situation than that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. We have no additional public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone who provided comments, and including those who gave us written comments, which I'll note provides an opportunity for you to say much more than you can say during the 3 minutes that we allow for oral comments. The next item is the approval of the December 2, 2022 committee public meeting minutes, attachment 00-100. Does anyone have any corrections? I have a couple comments, so I'm not ready for a motion yet, but does anyone else have anything to suggest by way of corrections for those? Okay, I think where we are here is we've, along with the new public comment rules, we've received direction from the Board of Trustees about the format that minutes should take. And for instance, you may have noticed that the closed session items are listed in the open session minutes with no information about what was actually decided during those items, which is appropriate because these are publicly available, and closed session minutes, are not available to the public. But you might have thought, well, why put them there at all? And apparently that's because that's the format that the board has directed that we use. So that's why those are there. We need to report motions to adjourn or recess, which we are now under Rosenberg's Rules of Order supposed to make. And so to the extent we actually did that the last time, we were just learning. I'm giving ourselves a lot of leeway to become better at it over time. Those need to be in the minutes. One correction is that on Friday we recessed rather than adjourned until Saturday. So I would suggest that correction. And then Amy, I didn't bring this up the other day in exactly this form, but the list of members at the beginning of the minutes, at the top of the minutes, is that intended to be a list of those who appeared at some point during the meeting, or is it intended to reflect the roll call that was taken at the start of the meeting?
Devin, you probably got some guidance on this.
Yeah, it's to reflect all of the members that attended throughout the meeting. So some who weren't actually there at the beginning of the meeting, but joined shortly after or throughout the meeting.
Okay, so I suppose then when we do a roll call, should we also be recording that?
Sure, we can absolutely do so.
All right, well, only if we have to. I mean, I'm not trying to make the minutes longer, but I'm just trying to get us all understanding what the habits that we are supposed to develop and follow over time.
Okay,
So
I can get some guidance on that and then follow up with you.
okay, so any other questions or comments about the minutes? Then a motion would be in order.
This is Robbie with Paul's modification. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as modified.
Could we?
Oh, and I see one more thing in my notes. Dean Pompeo's comments were mentioned, but as I recall, those were made at the time we considered her school's item, not during the original, the first of the meeting public comment period. So Devin, if you could append a note that her comments were made during the consideration of whatever that item was for People's College. You could leave them in the list at the beginning of the minutes, but just make it clear that that's when she made them.
Sure.
So Robbie, is that acceptable
Yeah,
to you?
my motion stands with those modifications. Thank you, Paul.
I'll second the motion. This is Vince.
Okay, so for motion by Brody, second by Reyes, please
Paul.
take the roll call.
Sorry, can we
Amy?
confirm what the modifications are? So there's the recess rather than adjourn on Friday, and the modification to Dean Pompeo's comments. Was there another item of?
Let's see. Yeah, recessed, adjourn. To the extent we made motions to adjourn, like at the end of the meeting on Saturday, that should be in there. And I think Esther needs to be listed as in the first list as present, because she was present for parts of the meeting. And given the way Devin described the purpose of that list, she should be there as well. I think currently she's shown as absent in that list.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about the modifications. Thank you.
So with that, does anybody, everyone understand what we're voting upon? Okay.
Yes.
Devin, please take the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan,
Yes.
Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerrera,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon,
Abstain.
Paul Kramer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, the next item is discussion of, this was a working title that I think we're changing, but promising meeting practices for the CBE. That's O-101. As you recall, in December, Dr. Cow and I brought to you during our planning session a series of questions and thoughts about how we might do things and you know, in the conduct of our meetings. And we talked about the committee's roles and responsibilities. And we promised to bring back to you a summary of the points upon which there was a consensus of the committee members. And that's what's before you today. I have a couple corrections. In the interest of time, I don't propose to go through all of it. But let me first reveal a few corrections that resulted in one case for me remembering that realizing I forgot to put something in there. And in other cases, staff had a couple comments they shared with me that I've attempted to respond to. So is it up there? Yep. Are you seeing the Word file?
We are, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, so the first change, and what I've done here is I've excerpted the surrounding language from where the changes are to help show the context. The first section was a list of our roles and responsibilities. And what I did to a degree, what we did was to flesh out that list because it was a very incomplete list when we presented it in December. And there's a note here that it still likely could use additional enhancement. If people have suggestions today, we could add those, but this is meant to be a working document that we share with, and occasionally we can look at to remind ourselves of what we think we should be doing. It has no enforceable legal effect, but it's something that we hope will be enforced just by the consensus of the committee and the way they act in the future. As far as the list of roles and responsibilities, again, the notes suggest that there's perhaps more work to do to make it a more complete list. And that'll be especially helpful to future members of the committee, because they can use this document to develop a more clear understanding of what it is that we do. When they first join the committee, they won't have to wait and observe what goes on over the course of a year to kind of piece together a list of what it is that we do. Regarding this particular change, staff was concerned, I think, Amy, you will correct me if I'm wrong, but you wanted to make it clear that we understand that we don't have decision-making authority over these particular items that we believe that we should be commenting upon, such as the budget or fees or procedural rules and policies. And so I added the bold underline reference to sort of remind us of that. But the reason it's in here is to remind everyone else, the bar and staff, that we believe that we should and need to be able to comment on these other programs and be informed about them. With regard to the budget, it's kind of a two-way street. We want to comment on it, but we also want occasional updates about what's happening with the actual performance, financial performance of the fund, because that is something we may have to take into account, or certainly should have at the back of our minds as we're making decisions about what we want to do in various areas. So this is one change that I propose. The next one is, any questions about that? Okay. The next change is simply to add legislative proposals to the list of things that we want to be aware of. And we will hear a report a little bit later from Donna about some upcoming legislative proposals that the bar is thinking about making. The idea here being that we want to also be able to, maybe suggest some of our own. Again, it's not something that we would do independently of the bar, but as the Board of Trustees authorizes proposals to be sent to the legislature, maybe we want to suggest some. We are deal with the admissions process on a more day-to-day basis than the trustees do, and we may have some good ideas. We may have some bad ideas, but we should be able to propose them and have them be considered for inclusion in the bar's legislative package. And then the final one proposal is to be clear, and staff suggested this, and I agree. Our description of the role of the vice chair, as it was written, suggests that the vice chair should expect to be appointed chair for the next year. And of course, that's completely within the purview of the Supreme Court. and they may or may not choose to promote the vice chair, so to speak. And so this simple statement just makes it clear that that's not automatic. It's not any sort of right. But I think in the normal case, it's likely to occur. It's just not something we can count on. So the motion, let's see, does somebody have that ready to? First of all, any questions about these last two changes? That's not me, is it? No. Okay.
I think it's Dr. Bolton.
Okay, Dr. Bolton. Thank you for muting. Did you have a question, Dr. Bolt? I guess not. Okay. So the staff have the motion ready to share. I don't have that document open with that at this point.
Paul,
This,
I think when we discussed this, it sounded like it was a discussion item, but it sounds like you're proposing to modify the meeting practices. And so the motion would be to adopt the current draft, the draft that you just put up with the modification. Is that the motion?
That sounds like a good motion. Yes.
Okay, so let me type that out and I will share it up here.
Oh, okay. There was in the memo. Well, let's see. I apologize for not having that memo up on my screen, but I can probably.
now, hey, Paul, this is Robbie. I have, it is in the memo, and I have it here, so I'm happy to make that motion, which is, we move that the committee approve and adopt the points of consensus set forth for future reference with the modifications, the very few modifications identified at the meeting today.
Great, thank you, Robbie.
I'll second.
Was
Second
that
by
David?
Judge Torres.
Okay. Roll call.
Dr. Bolton. Robert
You're
Brody.
muted.
Yes.
Dr. Cow.
Yes.
Alex Chan.
Yes.
Jim Epting.
Yes.
Kareem Gangora.
Yes.
Judge Guerrera.
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger. Larry Kaplan.
Yes.
Alex Lawrence.
Yes.
Esther Lynn. Bethany Peak.
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman.
Yes.
Vince Reyes.
Yes.
David Torres.
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon.
Yes.
Paul Kramer.
Yes.
And back to Dr. Bolton. The motion passes.
Thank you. And again, this is a working document, folks. So if we find a need in the future to modify it, we should feel free to do so. The next item.
Am I being heard?
We can hear you.
That- So what was your vote, Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is 0102. That's the approval of the 2023 CBE work plan. First, as a matter of just convenience for us, I suggest that we discuss this now to the extent that we can. but we hold final action until the end of our open agenda, because during our discussion of other items today, we may discover that there are some things that we want to add to the work plan. So rather than try to get into the weeds of figuring out how one moves to reconsider a previous action or reopen it, I suggest we just talk about everything that we can right now, and then see if we come up with a couple things to add at the end of our meeting. And I would suggest that that be at the end of the, when we come back after the closed session. Because it is entirely possible we may identify something in the closed session that we want to add to the work plan. Amy, did you want to present this?
Sure, I'm going to open it up because I just want to talk about what the work plans, what went into developing these work plans. As you all may recall, when we met in December, we talked about the work plans becoming the goals, so that we're going to phase the goals and incorporate them into the work plan. So given that these are going to replace that, today our goal is to finalize these, but as Paul suggested, I think we're going to hear a little bit more from, there are some agenda items that are going to impact what gets incorporated here. And if you remember, we talked about some policy considerations. When Leah came to speak about the strategic plan, I think she finished her talk from the previous meeting. And so one of the things you'll see in these work plans, and we posted them and you may have already noticed this, is that there are some potential additions in each of our functional areas that we want to talk about, that we're proposing. And obviously we're not going to be able to tackle all of these given what's on our plate at the moment. So just to summarize, the items have been, each of the items have been tracked into one of three categories. Some of these are one-time assignments, things that we know we're going to tackle in 2023 and get accomplished, such as our rules revision. The other category are annual assignments, and this includes things like our training, things that we typically note on the in our goals. And the last is the potential additions. And some areas have more proposed than others, but these potential additions are the policy considerations that we had discussed at the last meeting. And so with that, I'm going to put these up on the screen. This is the draft that we had, that we posted. So let me share my screen. And the other thing is, each of the program managers will discuss their items. So with that, I think the first set that we have is for moral character. So I will turn this to, to Tara.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Amy. So as you're aware, our current rules revisions are out for public comment. Those will be over by the end of the month, and we will be bringing those back to the March agenda. So we have that under our one-time assignment that's going right now. Annually, we do have our presentations. The three topics that we had previously discussed were the unauthorized practice of law, rehabilitation, and the lawyer's assistance program again. And then later today, we will have a presentation on possibly also adding an amendment to Rule 4.41. So that's why it's under the potential additional items. But that's all I have for right now.
Are there any questions about the trainings, anything here that anybody wants to raise? Okay, all right, then with that, we'll move on to examinations, and Christina Dole will be presenting this.
Thank you, Amy. Similar to moral character, the testing accommodation rules were presented, or revisions were presented to the committee at the last meeting. Public comment is scheduled to end at the end of the month, to which any feedback will be brought back to the committee in March. The Blue Ribbon Commission is an ongoing project. I hope to have some of the committee members present on the Blue Ribbon Committee and its proposals later on today at today's committee. Currently, the exam grading rules are going to be presented at today's committee from the working group and I that had met to discuss some of the suggested changes or possible revisions. One of the continuous work plans or goals is to provide implicit bias training, not only to the bar exam graders, but also to the proctors that administer the exam. And then we have some listing of potential trainings and presentations that will be scheduled throughout this year, both in the substantive issues and evaluating TA requests, training on the testing accommodations process, and then some exam development, PT drafting, basics and development of the exam questions, as well as a presentation from our EDGE team, which is the examination development and grading team on essay question developments. And does anyone have any questions, comments that they would like to add about the examinations work plan?
So Christina, the ones that remain are the potential new additions to examinations.
Thank you. Sorry, I overlooked that one.
I could cover those, Christina. So for the potential additional items under examinations, as you recall, there was a discussion about conducting an analysis of what the trends in licensing are in other jurisdictions as well as Canada, to look at to include as an assessment of bar exams or even alternative pathways to licensure. So the idea here is that committee members would dive into this and into investigating what that landscape is and bringing it back for consideration and for discussion with the full committee. Another suggested assignment is developing recommendations about certain components of bar exam delivery. Later on, we're going to talk about the bar exam feature study. And this is that study that's looking at 3 different types of exam characteristics, such as remote exam, looking at the timing, and looking at open book, and what kind of effects that has on the test taking population. So here is the suggestion is a part B to that. So once we learn from that exploration, the idea is that the committee would make recommendations based on those findings. The next project here is a review of the current MPRE cut score, as you'll hear later on today in relation to the exam grading discussion. The MPRE cut score is established by the Committee of Bar Examiners. Here, the suggestion is if the CBE were interested, we could re-examine whether that cut score should change. The next is the development of the testing accommodations oversight procedure. We had lengthy discussion about the role of the CBE in the new testing accommodations framework. Here, the idea is to look at what kind of oversight procedure could be established so that the CBE ensure that their function as maybe not an appeals body, but as an oversight on the process would stay in place, and what that role would look like. This would be defining that process. Here is another suggestion is to look at the specific testing accommodations to make sure that we're meeting we're compliant with the ADA requirements, that we're meeting applicant needs, but that we're also doing so in a cost-effective manner. So things like what constitutes a semi-private room would be part of this initiative. For example, the schools have different formats or ways of defining what a semi-private room is. So exploring what all our options are in order to better address in a most cost-effective method for testing accommodations. So these are the initiatives on the table for the examination area. And I think the idea is, if anybody has any questions, suggestions, to bring those forth now.
Okay, I have one, at least one. Go back to the annual assignments for exams. That item there, the third box from the left. No, keep just that's the correct item.
Okay.
Those seem like the boxes in the middle. They seem like two different assignments rather than something that should be combined. One speaks to implicit bias training, and the other is talking about diversifying the grader and exam development pool. See, I think they should be two different entries.
Okay, we can correct that.
So I think, if I may, I think the reason that they're separated, admission staff is providing implicit bias training, and that's not really a committee activity. And so the question is there a committee activity that's related to that implementation strategy? And the committee activity is what is identified as providing input on strategies for identifying methods to diversify the grader and exam developer pool. So staff will continues to provide the implicit bias training. The question is sort of in addition to that training, diversifying the grader pool, and that's where we were seeking input from the committee. And I think that's been a struggle. There are a vast number of things that the Office of Admissions might be doing that are identified in the operational plan that are at that staff level, like providing implicit bias training, that isn't on the committee work plan because it's not a committee activity. So that was the focus here, was what might the committee be doing to help support that strategic plan goal and objective.
Well, then maybe the implicit bias training box or statement doesn't need to be on here. Except, I suppose, I think one of the things we're crashing into here is we're now dealing with the nuts and bolts of trying to combine what used to be two separate documents, the work plan and our old committee goals statements. I kind of thought this collision might occur. Thankfully, there's no injuries. But in the past, many members may not even realize that staff prepared work plans for submission on our behalf, prepared them for submission to the Board of Trustees, because I think for many years, you never showed them to us. And maybe in the recent past, you started doing that. But the goals statements were telling us what we needed to do, and the work plans would include other things that you were doing on our behalf, or I think implicit bias training is maybe an example of that. So, and one of the comments I'm going to make, I might as well make now, is that some of the things on the goal statements of the past have not made it into this document yet. A clear example is going back to moral character. We don't talk about moral character appeals, which is, one of the biggest functions of the committee's work regarding moral character. So I don't know. I think because this document is serving two goals. One is for you to tell the Board of Trustees what it is we're doing during the year, and you're obviously, or should be, judged upon how successful you are in completing these assignments by them, but also telling us what it is that we do and should expect to be doing, as in some ways orientation materials for new and existing members whose memories require refreshment. So but I don't see the connection, Donna, between implicit bias training and diversifying the pool. Those are two different things in my mind.
So perhaps we should have started with sort of an introduction to the structure of the work plan. Because the first three columns, strategic plan, goal, strategy, and implementation step, are all lifted from the State Bar strategic plan. And then the State Bar has adopted an operational plan for how to implement that strategic plan, goal, strategy, and implementation step. Everything that has been listed here in existing assignments or annual assignments is something that comes from, if it's tied to a strategic plan, goal, strategy, and implementation step, it comes from the operational plan. So I really encourage you to focus on those last three columns, what the committee's work plan is, what the deadline is, and whether it's going to the board. If there wasn't a strategic plan, goal, implementation step, or strategy that was attached to this particular item, they just weren't listed. But this really is lifted already from the strategic plan and the operational plan that have been adopted. And but I totally agree with you, Paul. And the annual assignments for moral character include the committee's day-to-day work.
Okay.
On moral character,
Go back to that.
which are
Scroll
your-
back up where you were. Okay, right there. There's another example of a disconnect between the implementation step and the work plan. Increase the number of diverse attorneys. The testing accommodation rules are not really related to that. I mean, I guess to the extent that persons with disabilities are considered, increasing their numbers in the profession is considered addressing the goal of diversity, maybe, but it's are we at a point where maybe we just need to, do you have to have this approved today?
We bring the work plans to the board in March. And again, if we've attached it to a strategic plan, goal, strategy, and implementation step, it is already identified in the board's adopted operational plan. And so that's why I was urging you to focus on the work plan column.
Okay, so the operational plan already incorporates what I am describing as disconnects.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
And I'm not sure that there is a disconnect here, though, Paul.
this one is maybe less disconnected than the last one I spoke about, but it's a tenuous connection. And Donna, are you suggesting that if something's not in the does not relate to a strategic plan goal, that we should not be considered doing it?
Absolutely not. You'll see that there are several things that are listed as none, that they're core business operations, or that, and so those absolutely are appropriate to keep in here. The strategic plan, the structure of the strategic plan this year, creating those three items, the goal, the strategy, and the implementation step, it can't possibly encompass all of the work that is going on in the entirety of the State Bar, much less even in a sort of the specifics of the Committee of Bar Examiners.
Okay, so
I'm just suggesting that sort of the important pieces here for your input are, have we identified the right work for the committee? Is this what the committee should be doing in that work plan column, in that column that says provide input on strategies for identifying methods to diversify the grader and exam developer pool? If that's not the right assignment for the committee, that's what we're hoping to hear from you all here.
okay, so you're talking about the three right columns.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Yeah, speaking for me, I'm willing to ignore the disconnects. So then my comment is that several common things we do, and because I only started to review this late last night, I haven't had a chance to compare it against our old goals, but I suspect that there may be more things that are regular things we do that are missing from this plan. But you need to provide something to the trustees. So I guess in March, which means we need to, I guess, act today. But would we have the opportunity to take time between now and March and see if everything, by among other things, comparing to the old goals is in here, and then prepare a modified version for our own use for the rest of the year?
Certainly, I mean, a couple of things. One, we're not going to be voting on this, right? We're going to bring it back at the end of the day. So to the extent that there are a couple of things that are missing, like the moral character appeals, we can bring that up and the committee can vote on that without and direct us to add it to the work plan. The other thing that the committee could do is delegate, sort of approve up to a point and delegate to the chair and the vice chair to work with staff to ensure that the routine, important but routine activities of the committee are reflected in here, as well as other items that had been reflected on previous goals. So there are certainly ways to make sure that you've got another set of eyes on this.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So then we have, and that's the idea, that we would delegate to the chair and vice chair, not to add new things, but to make sure that things that have existed in our previous goals are in here. And that still leaves us then with questions for today about all the proposed additional items, should they be included or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Amy, I think we were only halfway through the different subcommittee areas. Should we
I
continue
had
with
a
that?
comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing immediately about kind of whether or not the implementation step in the work plan kind of jived. So this discussion was helpful in terms of, we have some time to bring that up. I mean, what jumped out at me immediately was the section we were just talking about, which was the section on DEI. And there's a statement on the third column, implementation step, that talks about the legal profession through diversity pipeline programs. And yet there's no way to actually define that specifically, or how that's actually tracked and analyzed. So it's a pretty general statement about what pipeline programs would be. So I don't want to go into it in a lot of detail right now, because it seems like we have some time to do that. But that was just one example that shot out at me when I looked at this a couple of days ago.
And would that be something that would appear here? I'm thinking the details are something we work out as we work on these line items, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. So I think our previous discussion helped to define that for me, because you can't, in this one document, you can't possibly put all of that detail down. But as long as each box sort of has its own breakout in, supplementary
and for that particular item, it sounds like you find that it exists in here, so we're covered.
Yeah, it's just more like how it's actually tracked and how that's going to be defined. And I think that goes through a lot of it's a theme that goes through all of the topics.
And if I may, again, to that, Vince, I would say that there are several, and in some cases many operational plan items that seek to implement that particular implementation step. Maybe only one of which we're bringing here for the committee's work, other things may be happening in different offices or through different committees, may be happening through staff. And so there are other things going on at the bar to implement that goal and that implementation step. But this is the one piece of it that we saw as relevant to the work of the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Donna, because I also note that later on in the agenda, when we talk about the schools in our education committee, that one of the schools listed their own DEI plan, part of their plan, so I understand how a lot of these are interconnected. And it's kind of hard to figure out who has the ultimate oversight over everything. And so I think that this plan, we don't have ultimate oversight over everything, but I think as long as there's sections we can feel confident that they will be somehow expressed and tracked, I think that serves the committee well.
Any other questions before we finish the rest of the list of existing and potential new assignments? Okay, Amy, I guess it's O&M at this point.
Yes, so I'm going to hand that over to Tammy Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. So under our work plan for operations and management, our first item is looking at how we protect the public by enhancing access to and inclusion in the legal system. That's going to fall under the strategy of effectiveness. And our implementation is to increase the number of attorneys that are admitted through special admissions programs. And by the way that we're going to accomplish that is we are currently actually working on the revision of rules to eliminate unnecessary hurdles for all special admissions programs. We will review and recommend various changes to the board to circulate for public comment. And then once the public comment returns, we will look at those to make revisions as appropriate and recommend those revisions to the Board of Trustees. The deadline for that is focused on March and April of this year, with a goal to have it go to the committee, the board and the committee by May of 23 for an actual decision. And also August and October of 2023 with regards to the revisions that will be recommended to the Board of Trustees, and finalizing that in November of 2023. And then from there going to the Supreme Court. The next item is to protect the public by enhancing access to and inclusion in the legal system again. This is going to be reviewing and revising admissions rules relevant to exam administration. That is currently underway as well, with a goal to bring that to the committee. We started this month, but we'll bring it to the committee in March, with the goal to go to public comment and to the Board of Trustees, I think it's May of 2023. And then also reviewing all of the public comment and making revisions based on that in August of 2023 to the CBE, and then back to the Board of Trustees, I think in November of 2023, and then again off to the Supreme Court. Next page, please. And there was a part that I didn't see down below, but it was basically focused on making the appropriate recommendations. Again, under the protect the public by enhancing access and inclusion in the legal system, this is based on policy and systems changes. And we're going to be reviewing and revising admissions rules relevant to eligibility. We do have a timeline of March and April of this year to make recommended rule revisions to the board to circulate for public comment. We also are going to do a review of public comment and make revisions as appropriate and recommend rule revisions to the Board of Trustees in August and October for the CBE. And then the goal of both of those being done in either May of this year or November of this year for each of those items, and moving it to the Supreme Court. And then under some of the non-core business operations, we have some various things to consider and look at. One is considering appeals seeking waivers of the committee's exam-related policies, procedures, and rules. That is a continuous process that we've been doing and will continue to move forward with. Next page, please. And these are some other potential changes or items for us to work on. And that is evaluate the requirements for issuing temporary licenses for applicants with child or family support arrearages. Another item is for us to, if not completed as part of the eligibility rules revision, is to conduct focused analysis of rules and statutes regarding eligibility for foreign educated applicants and foreign attorneys to sit for the bar exam and get certification to the Supreme Court for admissions. Another item is evaluating whether to phase out handwriting options for non-TA applicants on the bar exam. And we have one more down below that's under protect the public by enhancing access to and inclusion in the legal system, where we will develop detailed recommendations related to reciprocity to assist the Supreme Court in responding to the likely recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission. And is there more down below? That actually is the last item for operations and management. So at that point, I can open it up if there's anything that the CBE would like to add or question. So I think at this point, I'm hearing no comments, and that will be all that we have for operations and management.
Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
All right, so next we have Natalie Leonard, who will be covering the educational standards work plan initiative.
Thanks, Amy.
Sure.
And to Paul's prior point, there are things that the committee does on an everyday basis, motion review, which you'll be doing today, for example, that are not part of the work plan, but of course continue to be a vital part of the committee's operations. So this year, we're going to be reviewing the unaccredited law school rules. That process has already begun. Your Ed Standards Chair and Vice Chair and your CBE Chair are interested in that process, and hopefully there will be other additional volunteers that may want to assist. So we'll be looking at that and incorporating feedback from CS BAR's recommendation on the changes or affirming the current structure that might be needed for the rules. Deadline timing, we hope to bring back to the committee in August so that it can go to the Board of Trustees for circulation for public comment in November. Next slide, next page, please. Under the area of protecting the public and policy and systems change, basically looking at the role of mandatory accreditation. That's something that Paul brought up last time at the meeting. It's been something that's been on the goals for a while, and determining what should be the future regarding that, bringing this back to CS BARs and the committee, March, April, and then August, October, for further consideration this summer with the Board of Trustees. Next topic, in terms of training and presentation, you'll see 2 dots in one and 3 dots in the other. It's because we moved one of the things down to the strategic initiatives. We'll be looking at a review of non-JD programs coming from a request from member Robbie Brody, just looking at some of the LLM and other master's legal programs that are being taught in all types of law schools, ABA approved, accredited, and registered. As well as hearing from an institutional accreditor or maybe several in terms of how they regulate and how you might interact with them as the jointly accredited status for accredited schools goes forward. Okay. Next, again, still on this page under non-core business operations, this is looking at the CBE's oversight for non-JD programs that could be offered in non-law school settings. We recently have received some requests in that area and determining how the committee will handle those requests going forward. And then also how those requests should be handled in the CALS and unaccredited area. For quite some time, the CALS have had the authority to conduct LLM programs that could, for example, qualify foreign students to have eligibility to sit for the bar exam, or I'm sorry, foreign educated students. And you saw above in Tammy's presentation that that whole process is going to be evaluated. So this is just really a coordination process with that. Next page, please. Thanks. Next, in terms of online education, a strategic initiative is to look at the impact of online education and the role of the rules, whether they are sufficient to regulate as we go forward. Over the course of the pandemic, the whole landscape of legal education and education in general has really changed. And California has been in the forefront of allowing online education for the purposes of becoming licensed to practice law. So it's a good time to take a look at that, see how it's going, and whether you want to make any changes to your regulation practices. Then moving on to the next, as the rules for accredited law schools are now in their transition period, we are 1 year into the 2-year transition period, and it's a good time to begin further fleshing out the possibility of the jointly accredited status and how that will be implemented.
One thought, simple, but in this item, you were calling them duly accredited, but we should use the consistent terminology, which would be jointly accredited, right?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Paul. That's a good point. Yes.
Can you send me just the current picture?
David, could you mute?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Are there any questions regarding educational standards?
Okay, so we have, I don't know if we should presume that due to lack of any particular comment that all of the suggested additions to the list are acceptable to the group, or are there any particular items that you want to talk about, whether we should actually add them to our list of topics to tackle in the next year or two? One example might be the MPRE cut score. Is revisiting that something the group wants to do? Donna, you had a comment?
I did. I just want to reiterate what Amy said at the start of her presentation, which is you all had asked at the last meeting for a list of for a comprehensive list of policy initiatives that CVE might consider. All of these additional items are the comprehensive list. We are imploring you to pick and choose between them. We absolutely do not have the bandwidth to do all of these. This really is sort of for your consideration. Which ones do you think are the most important that we can fit into the schedule? But I just want to, if you were to say do them all, then we will sorely disappoint you, because we're not going to do them all. There's no way to get them done. So I really do hope that you have the ability to prioritize which ones you want to do, and then we can keep a prioritized list of the other ones for 2024 and ongoing that you can revisit certainly in future years.
And you'd like us to decide that today? Because that seems like that's a big ask. I think it'd be reasonable to for us to get this list tweaked and then sent out to the members, maybe by the middle of February, and have them think about it and come back to the March meeting with priorities. Would that work?
Whatever the committee can do, we will make work.
Or does anybody think that we can just prioritize today? The list is not in, especially the additional items to be added. I don't think that's in any particular priority order. It just probably it's in the order which somebody put them on to originally put them to paper. Does anybody this sounds like one of those maybe we need more time items. Does anybody want to try to prioritize today, or would you prefer to go back to your and have a period of maybe a month to think about it, ideally?
The MF team would like more time.
Okay, and again, it sounds like we're talking just about the new items. So the items that are listed as continuing or already on our plates, confirmed in that status, those we expect to go forward this year. Does anyone disagree with that assumption? Okay, so and does anybody want to argue for removal of any of the suggestions?
Well, I want to answer your question, Paul. For example, the review of the current NPRE's cut score. I think that is an issue that seems to come up just about every year or every couple of years, but I think it's high time that now that we're looking at the exam more closely, that we certainly put that as a committee on our priority list.
Yeah, and I think we actually, looking at my notes, I think we actually did identify that at our planning session as something we wanted to address this year. So we'll put it at the top of the list of additional items to kind of give it a leg up in the prioritization then, since we've already talked about it. But of course we could change our minds when we consider all the other things we would like to do, and we have to weigh how much we can do this year. Any other comments?
So Paul,
Robbie's
let me-
hand is up.
Oh,
Hey,
sorry. Go ahead, Robbie.
Paul, this is Robbie. I just want to say, as an overall thing, thanks to our chair, to Paul, and to our vice chair, Dr. Cal, for working to put this together. David Torres, I'm guessing you will agree with me. It was so gratifying to me as a member to listen to this discussion. When I got on the CBE, 60 or 70 years ago, I have to say that the relationship between the CBE and the staff was a little bit more adverse, and many things just occurred, and we were kind of, it was rubber stamping, or we were just being advised of them. And over the years, I think I just have to give the credit to the bar leadership of Amy and Donna for really working hard to make the CBE a big part of the decision making. And maybe it goes back to a few chairs ago. Of course, I'm talking about myself, working with Amy and Donna, and then Mr. Lawrence took the bull by the horns, and now Paul. It's really nice to see that. We can't do our job without partnering with the state bar to provide the oversight and input. And members, I can tell you the things that I've been working on this year. They want our input. This is not paying lip service to a volunteer committee of the of bar examiners. This is a legitimate partnership where they are looking to us for guidance. So I just want to say thank you to Paul and Dr. Cal, and to Amy and Donna for I think kind of retooling the way the CBE operates. And I'm so glad to see it, and I'm glad to be a part of it right now.
And just to respond to your comments, Robbie, yes, I would agree. And after last meeting, I believe I mentioned to Bethany Peak that I think the word I said was, wow, we're going to get to some of these issues that we've been discussing for the last couple of years. And but no, I do agree with you, and I'm very proud of the work that's been going on with the staff, the entire state bar staff, with Donna and Amy, and I think we've seen a significant amount of movement recently.
And I'll certainly take credit for the previous item because that was Dr. Cow's and my work. But this was actually drafted by staff. They did run it by us. You know, the list of new items, and I don't think we took any off of their original list. I was more focused on just clarifying the description of what they wanted to propose so that it was clear to us. But thank you all for that, for those thanks. So can I, are there any other questions before I'm thinking about proposing a motion just because I have it in mind. Amy, did you have some?
Yeah. So when we started this session, I think one of the things you mentioned was maybe running through this list. And then some of the agenda items as we stated earlier, may feed into determination, such as the MPRE that you pointed out. And I think there was another one. So what I'm thinking is, what if we do what you had suggested, which is let's run through the remaining agenda items, because some of those might impact which of these initiatives we advance and which ones we either place on hold or decide not to pursue. It's just, I think, a better way of prioritizing, because I think making a motion at this point may require that we revisit this once more.
No, you're right. I was, and thanks for reminding me of my mission that I assigned to myself and almost forgot. Yes, let me just suggest maybe staff could draft a motion, modify the existing motion. Was there a motion even, or was this just informational?
There wasn't a motion tied to this, but
okay. But anyway, I think I, for one, like Donna's idea that we delegate to Dr. Cow and I as chair and vice chair the task of making sure that everything made it from the old goals to this document. And what I've heard so far is that nobody wants to remove any of the new suggestions. So what the motion would say something to the effect that Dr. Cow and I will work with staff to make sure that it's a complete list, and then we'll try to provide it to the committee members, you know, as well in advance of the March meeting, so that they can then think about prioritization, and then we can prioritize at March. So I think it gives you something to take forward to the Board of Trustees. And I hopefully you can indicate to them that we're still prioritizing the new items, and they would be happy with that. Does that work for staff?
Yes, I'm trying to get it all down right now. So
Okay. You could send it to me, you know, in between, because we'll be getting back to this at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
And we can tweak it, but the idea works for you?
It does.
Okay. So with that, any other comments about this before we put a pin in this item until we return from closed session right before we end today's meeting? Okay, seeing none, let me get back to my outline so I can see what's next. And that's report from the director. Amy?
All right, thank you. So we have a few items here that we have prepared for you. The first is the key statistical indicators. This is a report that looks at filings. So if we could pull that up. And we just need the chart. Okay, thank you. So
one suggestion for you folks, Amy, when you were showing a Word file earlier, you see under right above the bar that's on top of the main thing. Yeah, or you can do that. But also there was a little upwards caret that you can click on, and that will collapse the menu bar so that more of the screen real estate can be dedicated to displaying the actual contents of the document or the spreadsheet or whatever.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so here, the key statistical indicators report looks at applications that we've received in the Office of Admissions, and it contrasts it to the previous year. This is the report that closes out 2022. So this are the stats from October through December. I'm going to highlight items that have a 15% variance compared to the previous year. Here, the big variance is the applicants placed on the motion. We had 83.6% more applicants in 2022 compared to 2021. And this is based on the fact that the July 2020 bar exam postponement delayed the results to 2021. And so that's the spike that's reflected here. This should be going back to normal by this year because the filings will be addressed. In terms of the remaining items, the number of registrations, you're going to hear about this when we talk about the budget, but law student registrations went down 19% compared to the previous year. General bar exam applications, 15% decrease in terms of number of applications in 2022 compared to 2021. The same with attorney examination applications. This is those attorneys that are sitting down, that are going to sit for the one-day exam versus the two-day exam. That the number of applications in 2022 were 25% less. Moral character determination extensions, we had about 62% less in 2022. And again, this the moral character determination extensions could be related to the PLL program. As you may recall, in 2021, the PLL program was being launched, and having a positive determination and ensuring that you had your application at least in submitted status was one of the requirements, and that could be impacting the decrease in 2022. The application was not open at that time. PTLS, we had about 16% less applications for the practical training of law students by the year's end of last year compared to 21. And ProHoc Vice applications, about 29% less applications received during this time period when compared to 2021. With that, are there any questions about the key indicators? All right, then I'm going to hand this over because the next item is a provisional licensure update, and we don't need that slide then. Thank you, Viviana. Donna?
Thank you. So just an update at your December meeting. We provided you an update on the options that the Board of Trustees submitted to the Supreme Court for its consideration with regard to extension of the original provisional licensure program, as well as the extended provisional licensure program. At the end of December, the Supreme Court issued its order and revised the rules to extend the original program. And just as a reminder, the original program was for 2020 law graduates as defined, which allowed them to work as a provisional licensed lawyer while they studied for the bar exam. But ultimately, in this original program, at the end of the program, you needed to pass the bar in order to continue on as a lawyer. This original program was extended through May 31 of 2023, giving applicants more time to get a positive moral character determination. Also, one more opportunity to pass the NPRE. For those who met all of the requirements by May 31 of 2022, who meet all the requirements by May 31 of 2023, with the exception of having passed the bar exam, they can continue in this program until December 31, 2023. So the key is that they've got to get all of the rest of the requirements met by end of May this year. And then if the bar exam is still an outstanding requirement, they can continue through December 2025 and continue in their efforts to take and pass the bar exam. The other program, as you will all recall, is the Pathway Provisional Licensure Program, which applied to those who got a score of 1390 to 1439 on a bar exam that was administered between July 2015 and July 2020. The Supreme Court also extended that program. That program not only was extended for the current applicants, but it was reopened for new applications from people within that same cohort who got that score between 1390 and 1439 on an exam administered from July 2015 to February 2020. The application period is open through the end of 2023, so they have this entire year to submit their application. And the program is scheduled to sunset on December 2025. Again, the reason we call this the Pathway Program is because upon completion of 300 hours of supervised legal practice and an evaluation by their supervisor meeting the criteria of the rule, these individuals will be able to be, and meeting obviously all the other requirements for admission, these individuals will be able to be admitted to the bar without taking another bar exam, having previously achieved a score between 1390 and 1439. We were able to reopen the application for new participants in the Pathway PLP on January the 4th. And we have been receiving new applicants since that time. We don't have a count for you at this moment of how many new applicants have joined the program, but the agenda item that went to the Board of Trustees that you all saw at the December meeting and the letter that went to the Supreme Court detailed the numbers of applicants that were in the program through the middle of December. And we do expect that there may be several hundred new applicants over the course of this year for the Pathway program. It doesn't surprise me if we haven't seen all of those on January the 4th, because part of in order to apply for the Pathway program, you have to have a completed moral character application in, unless you currently have a positive determination. And so I imagine for many of these individuals, they would be starting their moral character application from the beginning. And we all know that it takes some time to gather the information that's necessary for this. The Office of Admissions sent out multiple emails to all of the eligible applicants and all of those who are currently in the original program, currently in the Pathway program, and those who are eligible for the Pathway program who had not previously applied. An email was sent out to them when the recommendation was made to the Supreme Court. An email went out to them after the Supreme Court made its order. A new FAQ was provided and posted on the website. And as we receive questions, we will continue to update that FAQ. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? I have one, Donna. So to be clear, the Supreme Court did not take up the suggestion that we do some experimenting with the cohort on bar exam alternatives. Is that correct?
Not at this time.
Okay. Next then, Amy.
All right, thank you, Donna. The next item's the February 2023 California bar exam. We have Audrey, who's going to give us some background on the upcoming exam.
Hi, good morning. Yes, the exam is 4 weeks away. It's February 21st and 22nd. Right now, the numbers are looking like this. We have 4,553 approved to sit the exam, and only 250 still waiting to be cleared by eligibility for things like their outstanding transcripts. So all of that is shaping up. Just a couple of things that are happening with the bar exam. All the applicants that were approved were sent their admittance tickets, so they know where they're showing up on test day. We also opened up the mock exam so they can practice in the software that they'll use on the day of the exam. It's mandatory to do one mock exam, and the deadline to finish that is February 17th. The testing accommodations appeal deadline is February 1st. So that's also coming up soon. And we began sending out all the weekly reminders to applicants, some do's and don'ts about the exam. We started those emails last Friday, and we will continue them every Friday leading up to the exam. We're also making sure to forward those emails to the law school administrator so everyone's on the same page about deadlines and what's coming up as we approach the exam. Any questions?
Hey, Audrey, hi, this is Robbie.
Hi,
Do you
Robbie.
need
It's
to
Audrey.
know? Hey, do you need to know who would be attending a exam to get a badge?
Right. So Devin, I think, and Amy will coordinate getting that messaging out to the CBE members.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, and for new members, what Robbie's referring to is that we encourage committee of bar examiners to come, and you can visit one of the testing sites. In order to do so, we need to issue you a badge and alert the staff that we have members that are coming. So I will send out an email, collect names so we can get you a badge in time to come to any of the sites. Thanks for that reminder, Robbie.
Any other questions about the upcoming exam?
Thank you, Audrey. All right, so the next item before we talk about the budget, I want to give everybody an update on the bar examination features experiment. So next screen, please. So here, I mentioned this at the last meeting, but we're embarking on a new exploration of different exam characteristics. So just as a background, the Supreme Court directed the Blue Ribbon Commission to explore what the future of the bar exam should be in California. The Blue Ribbon Commission has supported a recommendation to develop a California-specific bar exam, as opposed to adopting the next generation, the new exam from the National Conference of Bar Examiners. And so the recommendation that is forthcoming from the BRC, and which will be included in the report, the forthcoming report, is that not only that we embark on a California-based California bar exam, but that exam be based on the California attorney practice analysis recommendations. So incorporated in that recommendation is that the skills that were also identified in the CAPA be included in that exam, which means that a redesign of the bar exam is anticipated. So the question types, subject areas, and skills will have to change. And so in anticipation of those changes, the State Bar is exploring whether specific bar exam features impact subpopulations differently. So we're looking specifically at the time allocations, remote versus in-person administration, and open book, whether any of these formats affect test takers differently. For example, how do students of color fare in an open book exam compared to white students? And so the State Bar applied for a grant, as we mentioned previously, grants from AccessLex, and they are funding this effort. At the moment, we're still exploring all of the possibilities and what our options are and the best methods for designing this study. We have an advisory group, and that includes 2 members from the CBE, as well as representatives from accredited and registered law schools. We plan to meet with them in February. We're going to, when we will know more about the exam parameters, and we will present updates at the CBE meeting as this initiative progresses.
Hey, Amy, this is Robbie. I don't want to steal Alex Chan's thunder. I'm sure I'll be presenting on this, but is that bar exam contemplating eliminating the multi-state day?
Yes, I mean, we have to, because the NCBE will no longer be supplying or continue with the development and maintenance of the multiple choice section. So the MBE that we're currently using will no longer be in existence once the next gen exam is in place, which is scheduled for July 2026. It's my understanding that it might be available for 1 or 2 exam administrations after July 2026, but we are left to look for a multiple choice section of the exam after that date.
So the NCBE is also eliminating the multiple choice portion of the UBE that they administer?
Yes, they're in the process of revamping their exam as well, right? So they have they completed a performance analysis and are in the same phase that we are, and that is using their practice analysis to redesign the exam. And they've actually started, have already been drafting and pre-testing items, and a multiple choice section is not incorporated in that new exam.
Wow. Oh, thanks.
So Amy, does it appear that they will be, their ability to use their new exam will be on time and therefore won't cause the availability of the multiple choice to be extended?
Yes, I think they seem to be on time.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions about this aspect of Amy's report? Okay, well, I'm going to stop you there, Amy, because we had the 11 o'clock item we wanted to get going. So this is a good time for a 10-minute break. Tara, are your folks going to be ready at 11?
Yes, we will be. Thank you.
Okay, so when we come back, we will skip forward to the moral character item, the discussion of Rule 4.41. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back there in 10. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Sort of. Do we need to take roll again, or are we okay?
We do not.
Okay, thanks. Tara, if you want to kind of slowly get going as people drift back in. We are on item 04.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul.
Oh,
So
there is no item number. Yes, under moral character, discussion of revisions to rule 4.41.
thank you. And so David and I are going to briefly introduce this topic at this meeting, and then we'll open it up for questions. I also want to thank Joe Carlucci from the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, who has joined us today. So as I mentioned during the work plan discussion, the rules related to moral character are currently out for public comment. However, in the interim, this did come up and we do want to address it in the meantime. So Rule 4.41A, you can see the latter half of the rule prohibits an attorney who is suspended for disciplinary reasons, disbarred, resigned with disciplinary charges pending, or otherwise not in good standing, cannot even submit a moral character application. So this is something that we've been looking into to see if it's something that we can change. And we do believe that there is a good option that mirrors how OCTC is currently handling reciprocal discipline for attorneys who are admitted in California and other jurisdictions. So I apologize for all of the text on the screen. However, this is the Business and Professions Code that that's related. So we just wanted to give you the full text so you can see it today. David, did you have anything you want to add before I give a little bit of context of what we're thinking and then throw it to Joe?
Which is the part of this text that we should focus upon?
Well, I'm going to let you go ahead, Tara. You'll probably get a decent summary from Tara.
Okay. It all ties together, Paul. I apologize. I know it's quite a bit, but we can provide this to the committee afterwards if you'd like. But essentially, so if an attorney is licensed in California and they're licensed in another jurisdiction, if we receive notice that there's discipline there, the Office of Chief Trial Counsel will look at that and they'll look to see if that would rise to the level of discipline in California, or if the proceedings in which they were disciplined lacked constitutional protection. And in a moment, I will ask Mr. Carlucci to just expand upon that, how they handle those. So the idea right now is that we would essentially mirror this process for the moral character application. So rather than having a prohibition on these folks not being able to apply, they would be allowed to submit, we'll say essentially a petition or a request to be able to submit a moral character application. That request would go to the Office of, to the admissions, we would collect the materials. The burden would be on the applicant to show that their discipline fell into one of these two categories and that they should be allowed to submit a moral character application. Admissions would then provide this information to the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. They would do their analysis. They would provide a recommendation whether they or not they believed that the person met this burden. And then our idea is that we would bring this back to the committee for the committee to make that determination if they do accept the Office of Chief Trial Counsel's recommendation or not.
Yeah, this is basically a way of, deferring somewhat to other jurisdictions' determinations that are made because presumably they're the experts on their own rules, while at the same time not deferring 100% and having a blanket prohibition on people submitting an application if they're not in good standing in another jurisdiction, as the rule provides for now, rather at least taking a look and making sure that the person was given constitutional protections in the process, that the other jurisdiction didn't in some way improperly impose discipline. So it essentially extends some process to applicants that they don't have now.
But it's less than a really just saying we're going to consider this, the circumstances of, that resulted in the other jurisdiction's discipline under our own standards. It's kind of a threshold burden that they have to, the threshold they have to get over before we'll even look at the details of the conduct. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's sort of what we're saying. We would not relitigate the entire disciplinary matter that happened in the other jurisdiction. But OCTC would take a look and ensure, like they do now for reciprocal discipline, when an attorney is disciplined in another jurisdiction under this statute, they would take a look and make sure that the conduct was something that would count as a disciplinary matter in our jurisdiction, and that they were given basic fundamental constitutional protections in the process.
And then if we do find that all that occurred, then it's basically a death penalty for becoming a lawyer in California. We're not going to look into the details. We're not going to look at whether they have reformed themselves. That's just not a possibility under this.
I think right now might be a good time to ask Mr. Carlucci just explain how OCTC handles this a little bit more with the current attorneys, and then we can, I think, circle back to your question, Paul, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Tara. Hi, everybody. I'm Joseph Carlucci. I'm from the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, as Tara mentioned. So Business and Professions Code 6049.1 is an enabling statute that creates the basic framework for allowing in California for the discipline of an attorney who has been disciplined in another jurisdiction in a much more expedited manner than we would in our what we call our sort of original disciplinary matters, where we have we have to establish for the first time, say, that the respondent committed the acts by the acts of misconduct by clear and convincing evidence, and call witnesses to that effect, and establish the respondent's culpability for the first time. Business and Professions Code 6049.1 is essentially the legislature, if I may speak for it, saying, look, this attorney has already gone through a disciplinary process in another jurisdiction, okay? And where that attorney has been found to have committed misconduct in that other jurisdiction, we're not going to require the California disciplinary system to go through the full panoply of procedures in order to impose discipline. We're going to create this sort of expedited procedure where we simply look at the, first we require, as you see in the first line of 6049.8, that there's a final order. Okay, that there was actually a final order finding that the attorney committed professional misconduct. Okay, and where we have that, then the issues that are going to be brought forth in the California disciplinary proceeding are going to be limited and restricted to these three items that you see here. Okay, and so in effect, it's a very, very expedited procedure. We take the findings of the other jurisdiction, we take the misconduct that was found, and we hold it as conclusive. And when I say we, I mean the disciplinary system, not just OCTC, but the state bar court. And we use that sort of universe of findings and culpability, and we simply examine those based on these three issues. And the real key here is number two. So we're going to look at the factual. We're going to look at the culpability of the respondent in the other jurisdiction, and we're going to ask, would that warrant discipline if that was committed in California at the same time? And again, it's all posed in the negative here, because again, it is the respondent's burden to establish that it would not be misconduct in California. So, and then the second question is whether the proceedings in the other jurisdiction lacks fundamental constitutional protection. So you see, we're really just narrowing the inquiry and examination in our disciplinary proceeding in California, because again, the presumption is that the other jurisdiction has already gone through the larger process of investigating the entirety of the misconduct, giving the respondent the notice and opportunity to respond and participate. And so as long as we are satisfied that those sort of requirements have been met and that what the respondent did in the other jurisdiction would constitute misconduct in California, then we're simply then going to move to the degree of discipline. We're not going to have to call witnesses to establish culpability. We're going to use the findings. And if I could show you an example, may I do that? And show, I think it would be, can I share screen, Tara, and do that? If you have time, I think it would make it.
Yeah, I think so. Let me stop
Okay.
sharing for a moment.
Okay. So the first thing we have to do is we have to go to the other we have to get the documents from the other jurisdiction, and we have to find that final order. And so this is an example of a case from Nevada. And part of the challenge in reciprocal discipline cases is simply understanding the process of the other jurisdictions because they differ so much. But in any event, this is a Supreme Court order from the state of Nevada. It's an order of suspension. And you can see here that it states that we conclude that clear and convincing evidence supports the panel's findings of misconduct. So this is our final order. And this order suffices for purposes of 6049.1. So we have a final order showing that misconduct was found, but there's no real description of what that misconduct was. And so we have to go a little bit further and find, okay, where is the document that shows us what the respondent was found culpable of? And let me pull that up. And so in this case, we go and we see from State Bar of Nevada, the Southern Disciplinary. So this is the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and recommendation that this Nevada Supreme Court was approving and saying, yes, we approve that. And this is a nice straightforward case because in Nevada, they actually state very clearly the conclusions of law that the respondent violated Nevada rules 1.8C, 3.3, 8.81. Okay, so this is part of our evaluation process is first, was there a final order? Yes. Was the respondent found culpable of misconduct? Yes. What was that specific misconduct? And so here we have it spelled out very nice and clearly. And so the next question we have to say is, well, if respondent committed these violations in California, would that constitute misconduct in California? So the next thing we have to do is we actually have to look at the text of these rules, okay? And for some reason, I don't have that. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. So here are those particular rules of professional conduct in Nevada that the respondent was found culpable. 1.8, conflict of interest, rule 3.3, basically dishonesty towards a court, dishonesty towards others. And so we look at the text of these rules and then we compare them to our rules and our statutes, including the State Bar Act, and we say what would be the equivalent violation. And so just to take it the next step, in my analysis in this case, again, we say that the Nevada hearing panel concluded that the respondent committed these acts of misconduct, and specifically respondent's misconduct, if committed in California, demonstrates violations of these California rules or statutes. So that's the process that we go through, okay, to determine whether the misconduct in the other jurisdiction would warrant, would constitute misconduct and warrant discipline in California. And so in this case, yes, if respondent had committed the same misconduct that he committed in the Nevada disciplinary case in California, the respondent would have been culpable of these three violations. So I've answered basically the first question, or the second issue, which is, would it warrant misconduct in California? Now, again, the burden is on the respondent to demonstrate that it would not warrant misconduct. But in reality, and our procedural rules require it, when we charge and file a notice of disciplinary charges, our charging documents in one of these cases, we are required to set forth to the court and the respondent what we believe the California equivalent violations would be, and to set forth the factual findings that support that. So, and then it's up to the respondent to say, no, they're wrong. That's not true. That would not be misconduct. The same thing goes with the fundamental constitutional protection. It's the respondent's burden to demonstrate that, what happened in Nevada in my case lacked fundamental constitutional protection. Either the system itself facially doesn't provide constitutional protection, or in my particular case, I was not afforded constitutional protection. It's up to the respondent to demonstrate that. But when we evaluate a case, we still evaluate and make sure that before we go forward on the case, that we believe that the respondent was afforded fundamental constitutional protection. And that involves going through sort of an examination of the procedures in the other jurisdiction, seeing whether the respondent participated and to what degree. And if we're satisfied that the respondent, had all those sort of basic opportunities, then we just move to sort of the discipline process. If I could just give you I don't want to speak too long. I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but the classic example of a situation that we used to encounter where the respondent committed misconduct in another jurisdiction that would not warrant discipline in California was, under our old rules, an attorney was not required to deposit advanced fees into trust. Okay. Other jurisdictions for a long time have had that rule. Okay, so but we did not. So we would receive cases from other jurisdictions where the respondent was found culpable of failing to deposit advanced fees in trust. We would look at that and say, that's not an act of misconduct in California. So we cannot seek reciprocal discipline in that case if that was what the misconduct was limited to. Okay, that was pretty much the classic example. So any question? That's sort of the process that we go through very quickly in determining whether we have a viable case to handle through the reciprocal discipline procedure.
And I would just add, sorry, before we open it up for questions for Mr. Carlucci, is that under our existing rules, someone who previously was disciplined or disbarred or suspended, but now they're not, they can apply. So that's not a problem. And then we would look at their rehabilitation there. What we're looking at is those who are not currently in good standing in that current prohibition where they can't even submit an application. So this would at least allow them some due process where we would evaluate whether or not they should be able to submit. Donna?
Yeah, so I just want to provide just a touch more context for the committee, right? So this is exactly what we're doing with all of the other rule revision proposals, right? Where we are identifying some problems, seeking the committee's guidance on what direction to go. And Paul, I think you really sort of hit the nail on the head with your question earlier, because it seems to me that the committee has three options, right? One, no, we think the rule is just fine. And if you are not in good standing in another jurisdiction, then you should not be able to even apply for a moral character determination. Obviously, staff didn't think that that was the right answer, which is why we're coming to you with a proposal. The second option is to say, I don't care if you're in good standing or not in another jurisdiction, everybody can apply for moral character and we'll make a determination based on the facts. The third option is something in the middle, right? And that's, so we've sort of outlined for you here a way to sort of be in the middle, right? An idea, a possibility that would allow you to submit a moral character application and have this determination made of whether or not we're going to really process the application, because is this something that would subject you to discipline or not? But this is a direction that we're asking the committee for some direction on this. Which way makes sense? What are the types of rule? What's the rule version that you'd like us to bring forward to you? I think Joe laying out sort of how it works in the discipline system and what they look for is incredibly helpful. Just to give you a sense of this is something that we know how to do. It's something that we do in the discipline system. We look at discipline in other jurisdictions. It may or may not, in your minds, be the right obstacle for allowing you to submit a moral character application. So that's sort of the reason that Tara and David presented this, is to sort of start this discussion about those different kinds of options to get your thoughts.
Okay, any comments or questions? Tara, could you put up the 4.41 again?
Yes, give me one moment.
Yeah, I didn't understand that rehabilitation could ever occur, which is what I think you were saying, that there's another rule. But 4.41 does seem to be pretty clear on its face. It seems to say that if you've ever been disbarred, you can never apply. Or
sorry, Paul, if you are, so somebody can bring themselves back into good standing in another jurisdiction under the current rule.
okay, but then that means they have to first, even if they no longer want to even practice in that jurisdiction, they have to rehabilitate themselves with those guys and then come to us, which still seems a little bit harsh. Yeah, my impression of the reason the discipline system needs the expediency is because it's an existing attorney who's out there and maybe could do harm. From the moral character process, we're in the opposite position, where we have to say yes before they can possibly become a member of our bar. So I don't know that we need I don't know if we want to be bound by the determination of another state as to the facts, or require, that somebody rehabilitate themselves before that state, before they can come to us. Those would be my thoughts.
I think that's where we're proposing, if the committee agrees, this kind of middle road where OCTC would then use their existing process to help us with the determination. Because if we were to just open it up, in the discussions we've had, we found that it might be challenging for staff to make the blanket determination, whereas having OCTC's opinion, if this would rise to the level of discipline in California or the constitutional protections, like that would really help us or the committee in making these determinations.
Okay, I'd hate to see it be as formal as the statute, though, because I don't think we need that. Again, because we control the process. We are waiting to say yes, and until we do, no harm except the unauthorized practice can occur. And there's
may I
remedies
just
for that.
add, I'm sorry, regardless, if you were to add the sort of 6049.1 ability, I suppose, or option for an attorney, I don't think it would probably result in many different outcomes. The fact is that most of the reciprocal discipline cases, we have the misconduct in the other jurisdiction usually does warrant discipline in California. And that's especially true now, since we went through the rule revision in 2018 to bring the California rules more into line with the ABA model rules, which most of the other jurisdictions use. So it's not very frequent that we encounter a case where a respondent is able to establish that their misconduct in the other jurisdiction would not warrant discipline in California. It's even more rare that they're able to establish that the procedures in the other jurisdiction lack fundamental constitutional protection. So even if you were to offer this sort of option to a respondent, personally, based on my experience working these cases over 20 plus years, it probably is not going to be, be a viable outcome for most of the applicants.
But it does put them in the position that we won't consider their moral character application until they basically square things up with their home jurisdiction, which I think is, I mean, that would be an unfortunate additional hurdle that they had to go through. They would still have to prove rehabilitation to us. Yeah, I'm just, do you understand where I'm coming from, Tara?
I do, but I just want to be clear too, that the hurdle that you're talking about is having to square things away with their initial jurisdiction. That's the current burden that they do have. So that's why we're
Right.
trying to give them this interim step.
Well, but it's not much of a step, as Joe is saying. We're unlikely to find that there was something wrong with the discipline that was imposed upon them by the other jurisdiction, and therefore they're still going to be precluded from applying in California, even if it's 10 years later and they've rehabilitated themselves, and absent the conduct occurring in another jurisdiction and they're being disciplined, we would probably, we would consider their case and perhaps say, okay, you've atoned and rehabilitated, and yes, you could become a member of our bar.
I suppose one concern about sort of in an open-ended way, essentially relitigating the discipline that was imposed in the initial jurisdiction is, depending on when that occurred, as opposed to, as Joe explained, looking at the discipline that was imposed and the court documents that were involved, et cetera. Relitigating it would mean going back and looking at old facts. Witnesses are gone, evidence is stale, things of that nature. That's just one thing that occurs to me. That might be of some concern in terms of just sort of going back with an open-ended, essentially redoing the discipline proceeding that was done in another jurisdiction in the past.
Well, okay, how is that any different from a criminal conviction 20 years old?
Well, it's not that different. And
yeah, exactly.
Don't go back and relitigate criminal matters.
So why would we relitigate their disciplinary matters? I mean, they tend to be more relevant to the practice of law, but maybe a little bit. But yeah,
I think the public protection aspect is, I mean, that's when we were looking through the history, it seemed like that was the reason this was imposed. But maybe we could open it up to see just how the committee is leaning, whether or not this is something we pursue right now or not.
Yeah, I didn't become chair to talk all the time, but it may seem like that, folks. But any other thoughts about this?
Could I just add again, from OCTC's perspective, we do not relitigate the previous jurisdiction. The findings of the other jurisdiction are conclusive.
Yeah, it's likely if somebody comes in and tries to relitigate it, we're going to say that you haven't accepted responsibility for what you did, and that's going to be a barrier to your positive moral character determination, right?
Like, it could be.
Anyone else? You can be chair for a moment.
Oh, I think that was part of staff's sort of original thinking. Exactly what you said, that would we be opening up the door for people to file, giving them hope that they would in fact potentially have a positive moral character determination and be able to be admitted to the bar. And in the vast majority of circumstances, as you suggest, is the analysis going to be, well, you haven't accepted responsibility, and so therefore we're not going to give you a positive moral character determination. So we've created sort of the expectation and the workload without to no positive end. And so that's the question. But there may certainly be cases where, in fact, we would find otherwise.
All right. So what does staff staff want to, are there any other comments, folks? I'm hearing crickets here.
We weren't intending to take a motion on this, but I guess, Donna, based on where we're at right now, should we take one to see if the committee wants us to move forward? I guess I'm not sure.
So no, I mean, I think this was the idea, right? Was I thought that we would, as with the other proposals, we've sort of spent a little bit more time than we have at the front end, which is with the other rules proposals, which I think is super helpful to have the conversation. But then we'll get 2 volunteers to help Tara and David develop a rule proposal to bring back to the committee, which would look at this sort of middle ground proposal, which could look at a proposal that would just say, no, it's okay, you can apply, and we're just going to do the analysis, right? So looking at sort of those different things, but the committee has had an opportunity now to hear some of the different sides of the argument, and we'll be more prepared when the rule proposal comes back.
Or maybe to put it another way, does anybody believe we should just leave the rule the way it is, a kind of hard stop? Okay, I'll volunteer to work on this since I appear to be the only person to have an opinion. Anyone else want to volunteer?
We can always send an email out after as well. I think that's how Amy's done it, but thank you, Paul.
Okay, yeah. This may be a case where we present some alternatives, approaches. Right. You satisfied with the discussion, staff? Shall we move on?
Yes, move on.
Okay, so then we go back to the director's report and the discussion of the budget and possible revisions to our various fees.
Okay.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so with this next item, this is a budget and discussion of the fees. I'm going to welcome staff from OG and from finance. We have Brady Dewar, who's going to be providing a legal background that's relevant to some of the budget considerations that we have before us. Also, Justin Ewert and Lawrence Lau from finance, who will be discussing some of the presenting on some of the data, finance data to date. So with that, let me hand it over to Brady, who's going to be opening the session. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Brady Dewar. I'm an assistant general counsel in the State Bar's Office of General Counsel, and I think this is the first time that I've presented to this committee, so I'm glad to be here. I've been helping over the past couple months as the State Bar has been looking at changing its various fees, looking at sort of the legal framework for doing so. And our general conclusion, and this might answer some questions I know some of you have had about the framework and limitations, is that admissions fees must generally be reasonable, but the revenue from specific admissions fees can generally be used for other admissions functions. The particulars of this, really, you have to start with where the various admissions fees are authorized. Our admissions fees are authorized by either statute or rule of court. Most of our biggest fees are authorized by Business and Professions Code section 6063. In relevant part, that states applicants for admission to practice shall pay such reasonable fees to defray the expense of administering the provisions of this chapter relating to the admission to practice. And this chapter is actually the entire State Bar Act. That is the basis for the bar exam fee, for the first year exam, for moral character fees. There's no further statutory direction. And that statute, that particular statute, was enacted in 1939 and has not been changed since then. A number of our other fees are actually authorized not by statute at all, but by rule of court. In particular, rules of court 9.40 through 9.46. And these authorize some other smaller admissions fees, such as pro hoc vice, registered military spouses, the various multi-jurisdictional practices fees. And those always to a T authorize the State Bar to set either appropriate fees, and that appropriate language is used for registered military spouses, certified law students, registered foreign legal consultants, registered legal aid attorneys, and registered in-house counsel, or reasonable fees. And that language is used for pro hoc vice admissions and out-of-state arbitration counsel. In the case of those two, the pro hoc vice and out-of-state arbitration counsel, the rules of court explicitly limit those to $50, which is the current amount that is charged for those registrations. So in those two cases, any increase would require a change to the rule of court. I think also notable in those two cases, the court, while saying that the fees must be reasonable, the rule of court language actually states that the revenue raised by those fees shall be, well, let me quote the direct language, the Board of Trustees for the State of California will fix that reasonable fee, number one, to defray the expenses of administering the provisions of that rule. So in other words, to pay for whatever the State Bar needs to do to regulate pro hoc vice admissions or out-of-state arbitration counsel. But two, partially to defray the expenses of administering the board's other responsibilities to enforce the provisions of the State Bar Act relating to the competent delivery of legal services and the incidental consequences resulting therefrom. I only mention that in that it gives some support to the idea that it is reasonable or appropriate to spend these fees, not just for the very particular and limited function that's being charged for, but for other activities as well. Next slide, please. One potential limitation that we've looked at comes from the California Constitution. There's a provision that was initially enacted with Proposition 13 in 1978, amended in 2010 with Proposition 26, and codified in California Constitution, Article 13, Section 3. And that provision essentially characterizes certain fees as taxes that are subject to a 2/3 legislative vote approval. And generally fees that are subject to that approval requirement are considered taxes if the fees generate more revenue than the cost of the regulatory activity charged for. And there's also a requirement that whatever the fee is, that it be allocated among users or payors based on either their benefit they receive from the fee or the burden they have on the regulatory activity. This, according to under our analysis, does not apply to these admissions fees. The statute authorizing most admissions fees, the Business and Professions Code 6063, predates this provision, and this provision used to speak to changes in state taxes, and now it specifically states that it applies to changes in state statute. Here, we're not considering any changes to statute. It's just exercising our authority as granted in 1939 before this provision was in play. As for the rule of court authorized fees, neither the text of these propositions nor any authority that we could find suggests that any fees set by rule of court pursuant to the court's inherent authority to regulate law practice would be or are intended to be subject to legislative approval. And if there was that interpretation, it would raise some very difficult separation of powers issues. So that leaves us with the reasonableness or appropriateness standard without much guidance other than the fact that both the court with respect to pro hoc vice and out-of-state arbitration counsel fees has indicated that they can be used for other regulatory activities. The legislature has also indicated that in the context of fees for this is not your purview, but law corporations and limited liability partnerships, the legislature specifically said those fees, it's appropriate to use those both for those programs and the costs directly associated with those programs, as well as for the bar's other expenses in terms of regulating practice of law. Some other grounds by which reasonableness or appropriateness might be shown are comparison to other jurisdictions as far as the actual price level, the value of the service received by the various payors, and the fact that our spending generally is intended to service our access and inclusion missions. As an example of that, we currently do charge more for existing attorneys who have a bar license from another state to take the bar exam than we do for brand new students who have just graduated from law school. And that is the case currently. And I know we're considering continuing that or even adjusting the differential there, even though it actually costs less to administer the bar exam to existing attorneys because they don't need to take all of the sections. But there is a good reason for that in terms of our access and inclusion missions, in that we want to increase the supply of new attorneys, make it easier for newcomers to the field, reduce barriers for that. And in that same sense, it's also an anti-competitive step that we are taking and can take. So that's basically the overview of some of the issues that we've looked at and how we look at the framework for admissions fees as they exist and changes that we might make. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Anti-competitive. You can, yeah, exactly, David. This is anti-competitive, charging more to out-of-state attorneys. Did you mean to describe that as anti-competitive?
No, I was saying that we're actually that it's pro-competitive to reduce barriers to entry to increase the market.
Okay, but the bar exam is a barrier both to attorneys who are already licensed in another jurisdiction and to law school graduates who have not been licensed anywhere. I don't see how that that goal is furthered by charging one more than another. It's the basic assumption is that somebody who's been, because you have to have been working as an attorney for 4 years, for the 4 years preceding your applying to take the bar exam, that they're probably more, they're better off financially. I don't know if that's always the case, but that's the assumption. And therefore
Right.
they can afford to pay more. And so we're charging them more, right? It's nothing more than that, is it?
Right. I mean, I can't speak to actually, I wasn't involved in those decisions, but that is certainly a reasonable argument and justification to make for that.
Yeah, for so many years, nobody would admit to that, but I think now at least we are admitting to that, and that's progress. Any other questions?
All right.
There must be more, Amy.
Oh, yeah, there is. But also in terms of the last statement, in terms of admitting it, I think more than anything, we knew that this was a practice and we had to do some research and digging and were able to assess and ascertain that where a policy derived from. Okay, well, let's go on to the next item. Thank you, Brady. We are going to now move on to the budget highlights. So I brought some of these highlights to the December meeting. And although it's not required formally by the rule, because there's fairly significant adjustments that are contemplated, the board would benefit from the CBE's input and views prior to taking any action on the bar exam fees. So we'll be presenting financial information and at the end, once you hear about more information, we want to bring some policy considerations to the committee. So as I mentioned previously, we commenced 2022 with a structural deficit budget. Essentially, our expenditures outweigh our revenue, which has resulted in a heavy reliance on our reserves. I presented data that went up to September 2022 at the December meeting. The data that you'll see here today is data that is actuals from up to November 2022. So while the budget has experienced a steady reduction in revenue since 2018, the budget took a much sharper hit this year. And it's primarily due to the return to the in-person exam. And this year we're estimating, and it's looking like we'll rely on half of our reserves to complete the 2022 fiscal year. And this comes from years without fee increases, and as well as increasing costs, as you will see shortly. We have assessed the actual cost of operations for each of our applications, the first year law student exam, moral character, the MJP programs, each of them, law school accreditation, PTLS, LOS, OSAC, PLL, to look at whether the cost to carry out the work is matching our fees, and that's not the case. As you'll see shortly, some of our fees there's a huge differential. So our costs are outweighing the fees collected. The major areas that have the highest negative financial impact include the bar exam, the first year law student exam, and moral character. There are a lot of factors that have contributed to this that we've talked about here in the past. It includes the pandemic that affected us in different ways. We had policies internally that allowed applicants to withdraw from the exam for the first remote exam of October 2020, which would have been the July that got postponed, as well as for the exams in 2020 and 2021. Refunds were granted to applicants who had concerns about the remote technology, about preparing for an exam during the pandemic. And this impacted our budget, and you'll see that in the slides that are coming. And also, the one thing that's offset some of the costs is the remote modality. That helped us with both in cost savings because of the planning required for those exams as well. So the thing to be conscientious of is that is not a viable option to us now, given that a remote MBE is not available to us for a remote exam. So bar exam fees, as we're going into 2022, were approximately $2 million lower than in 2021, and we'll look at that in a second. And I'll show you shortly the number of exam takers that's impacting. Can we go to the next screen, please? So the two driving factors that contribute to our deficit budget include a decline in the revenue and an increase in the cost of the exam altogether. So can we go to the next screen? So as you can see here, and I'll walk you through the data, this table looks at the number of applicants who were approved to sit for the bar exam. I've separated between February and July because they have different patterns. As you may know, February has approximately 30% of the applicants, or at least 70% of the applicants who take the February bar exam on average are repeat takers. While the July bar exam is primarily comprised of people sitting for the exam for the first time, which is why I thought it was important to separate these two examination administrations. As you can see here, since 2018, we've had a decline in the number of takers, with the exception of 2022. So we've in 2019, 2%, we had a 2% decline compared to 2018. 11% in 2020, and for the remote exam, it was 29%. We had a bump up in 2022 of 3% for February, and for July, these numbers are bigger. So in 2019, we had a 10% decrease compared to 2018. This went up in October of 2020 we had an 8% increase. We think some of that is attributed to the fact that that same year, the Supreme Court lowered the cut score by 50 points. And also this was our first remote exam. We had applicants from all over the country take this exam. And so that could have contributed to the 8% increase. For a second remote exam, we had a July bar exam. We had a 19% drop in the number of applicants compared to 2020. And 2022 was our first exam back in person, our first July bar exam since 2019. And that experienced a 5% jump compared to 2021. I've mentioned that some of the factors that contributed to this are refund policies. So in 2020, for example, we had a total of 10,355 applicants who were approved to sit for the exam. When we allowed withdrawals for whatever reason, concerns about the testing conditions or not being able to meet some of the requirements, such as your computer had to be meet the system requirements for the software ExamSoft, we had a drop of almost 1,000 applicants. We ended up with 9,317 after starting with many more. So these bumps, and in terms of the number of examinees, whether February or July, contribute to an impact on our revenue. The bar exam is the highest revenue generating source in admissions, and there's a significant decline in either of these exams from year to year. All right, next slide, please. So here is the administration for the first year law student exam. So for the law student exam, I've also separated June and October. Both of these populations have a very similar composition. We do have a few more, like maybe 10% more repeaters in October, but for the most part, the examinee pool is very consistent. And part of that is because, remember, applicants have up to 3 opportunities to take this exam in order to get credit for their second year. But overall, the number of examinees has declined steadily, just as the bar exam has. The first remote exam in 2020, this is pre-pandemic, experienced an 11% decline compared to the previous year. When we did go remote during the pandemic in 2021, we continued to experience a decline, 9%. And this continued even for the more recent exam. We are going to continue with a remote exam on the first year law student exam from this point on. When you look at the number of applicants also for the October exam, so there was an increase in 2019 and in 2020 for that remote exam. And then soon after that, a decline. So these overall drops in the number of examinees for either of these administrations, whether it's a June or an October administration, also contribute to a decline in revenue. All right, next slide, please. And here, I want to highlight the cost to put on these exams. These costs that are reflected here is the cost per applicant. And so if you look at February, let's say I'm going to walk through February 2018. This is the February bar exam. It cost $104.33 on average to administer this exam at a standard test site. And for that same exam, it cost $2,076.99 for a testing accommodation applicant. These items do not reflect personnel cost. They don't, and other indirect costs that are not reflected in here. So this is for facilities, for proctors. And so as you can see here, there's been an increase up through July 2019, right before the pandemic, in the cost. These became much larger, as you can see here in 2021. This is 2021, we went to a remote exam. And during that time, we also had to accommodate people who were coming in for testing accommodations. And also we offered room for people with extenuating circumstances to come and test. So despite the fact that we were remote, we still had physical test facilities, test sites that we needed, and proctors that we needed to provide during that exam administration. The same thing goes for July 2021. And some of those, we had to buy equipment such as a plexiglass, masks. Everybody had private rooms because we were accommodating for COVID measures that we were taking at the time. And so when we went back to in-person, you'll see a very high increase in the cost for a standard exam, February 2022, compared to the previous exam. So going back in person is already much more expensive than a remote exam. However, in February 2022, as you may recall, we had to incorporate more COVID safety measures, such as doing a vaccination clearing for all applicants that came. We hired Clear, who provided this health passport portal that allowed applicants to demonstrate that they had either been vaccinated or had a negative test before coming to the exam. So that was some of the costs that contribute to this. In July 2022, we also worked with PSI to help with both the proctoring as well as the site contracting, so that we struggled with getting enough proctors to come back for the February 2022. The intent was for PSI to help us in that process, and that proved to be unsuccessful, but that is one of the contributing costs in July 2022. And as you can see, some of the TA accommodation or the cost reduced here for testing accommodations. And that's reflective of the fact that we had we were able to put more people in, semi-private rooms consisted of 2 or 3 applicants versus the time when we were under COVID restrictions and people were allocated 1 per room. All right, next screen. Oh, it's not, any questions before we move on from this section? Okay. Next slide, please. Here you can see from 2018 to 2022 that there isn't much fluctuation in the number of staff in the Office of Admissions. Our number of FTEs have been pretty consistent. There's been a few dips in 2019 and 2020. Okay, next item. So this is something that came to the CBE. We gave this overview. I gave it in December. And like I've mentioned, at the time we had data up to September 2022. This is now reflected of actuals through November 2022. Here, I think with the September data, we had an overall, our revenue was something like 16 million or around that time, that cost. And then our expenditures were at 21 million or 19 million. So as we're closing the books, you can see that that has gone up a bit. So we have 19.6 million in revenue. And as you can see here, they're primarily coming from exam fees. In terms of our expenditures, we are at 24.7 million. We know that more will be incurred. The largest expenditures are indirect personnel, followed by exam-related and services. And just to give you a background of what exam-related expenses consist of, we have the laptop software, so ExamSoft, things like our off-duty officers, proctors, material at the exam, whether that's water, parking, phone, electrical requirements, the room rentals, delivery, also our edge team, so the graders, the drafters for both the essays, the PT, pre-tester, all of those expenses lie under that category. So that's line 57 under exam-related expenses. As for services, this is all of the professional services tied to this exam. So it includes our testing accommodation consultants, psychometrician, other consultants. For example, we conferred, as it's not a large amount, but we conferred with an epidemiologist for both the 20 and 21 exam to ensure that we were meeting the safety precautions necessary at that time. Things like also the DOJ fingerprinting, exam printing are all fall under the expenses category. Some of the anomalies that I've already pointed out include the PSI contract. We also had small things that sprout that did not occur previously in the Office of Admissions, such as the fact that we had to incorporate the PLLs in our learning module system. That required some technology service. Also, we contracted, yes, I already talked about the site acquisition and the proctor recruitment on the part of PSI. Lastly, I think those were the standout categories. So here, some of the highlights I just want to leave you with is the fact that costs did go down with a remote exam. The last time that we raised fees was in 2014 when the CBE adopted an increase that was implemented over a 2-year period. I've already highlighted to you that some of the one-time fees, but which aren't that many, and some of them have been eliminated, such as a PSI contract. That work has come back to this Office of Admissions. And so this is our current standing, and what we're going to do now. Oh, does somebody want to say something? All right, so now we're going to show you data that the State Bar has been working on, and this is an analysis of the fees that have been charged by the office, that are currently charged by the Office of Admissions, in an effort to identify ways of modifying this or taking other measures to address our deficit. So with that,
Amy,
yes.
I guess it sounds like you're getting off the topic of past budgets. And so are you going to talk about what the board adopted last week as far as the budget for 2023 for us?
No, because I think we want to get through like the point of today's session, which is the fees. But maybe at the end we could talk a little bit about that, like where we're at with the budget for 2023.
Okay, yes, please, because I think the members deserve to be informed about that.
Absolutely. All right, so with that, I'm going to introduce Lawrence, and I'm going to ask Viviana to take this PowerPoint down and have Lawrence take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Amy, did you want to discuss the indirect first, or do you want me to go?
Yes, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. So Viviana, can we go back to the PowerPoint, and can you please go to slide 16? One of the areas that I had highlighted was indirect cost, and Justin Oort is here from finance, who will describe to us a little bit about a background on what's included and what that consists of.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you to the committee for having me present today. My name is Justin Ewert, and I'm in the finance manager in the Office of Finance. Since indirect costs sometimes gets a lot of attention because of its amount, I wanted to provide a little more context on what goes into the indirect costs and what kind of could impact the indirect costs. Direct costs are those that can be identified for specific objectives. So direct costs are like the Office of Admissions, Client Security Fund. You know exactly what that cost is going towards. Indirect costs are not readily identifiable to a specific thing, program, but incurred by a joint purpose to benefit more than one cost objective. And examples of this are human resources and finance, information technology, general services. It doesn't make sense for each individual office to have their own HR person, their own finance person. So you collectively pull them together and it provides an efficiency and a cost sharing. Our current indirect cost model was developed by Deloitte in 2001. We had it looked at again in 2016 by an expert, and they found that our methodology was sound. We use a lot of industry standards for our indirect costs. For example, our HR and IT are based off of full-time employees. So the more employees you have, the more share of HR and IT that you will have. Finance is based on budget, and then general services is based on square footage. And admissions has offices in the San Francisco building and the LA building, and they both have different cost allocations depending on, how many different projects each of the building is incurring. And so things that impact over the years, the indirect costs have been increases to information technology. I mean, the admission system has AIMS now. There are other system upgrades, so that has increased the indirect cost because there's been increased IT costs. There's been increase to general services. Building maintenance in San Francisco, that building is a little older, so we've had to do a lot of maintenance. There is some maintenance in Los Angeles as well. So as those costs go up, if there's a capital projects for like an elevator in San Francisco, that gets built into the indirect cost and spread out through the different offices. So those are things that impact the indirect cost. And that's all I have on that, Amy.
Sorry. Thank you, Justin. And now we'll turn it over to Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I just wanted to share some more specifics regarding the fee analysis that we presented to the Finance Committee in May. What I'm sharing with you here is just a summary of four of the biggest programs in admissions, and just so you can see what the current fee and what the most recent recommended fee is at the current time, and then you can see the comparison and the percent changes on what it would be to lower that, the existing deficit. By no means does this completely close the gap. We made an analysis and looking at the break-even points, and a lot of the fee increases required to become whole may not have been very reasonable. One of the things that we did consider is we looked at other states and we revised comparable fees based on some of the same levels of the other states and charged as well. The current fee recommendation is also based on some of the other what is more reasonable versus like what it would be to break even. So just wanted to give you a summary of what it looks like for these four major programs under admissions. And then at the bottom here, this is what the total projected new revenue would be if the recommended fee would be I guess approved. And so I think Amy mentioned that the current revenue I think for the exams for all the fees was about 19.6, and you can see we would need to raise, it would increase by almost $5+ million. So obviously some of the recommendations are quite large, and they may or may not be reasonable. Obviously it's to be determined. And so that would, this amount, if we're in line with what we're expecting, 26.5 million, would improve the deficit to roughly anywhere between 1.4 and 3.1 million. And there is a range here because the forecast that we presented in May of the counts were a little bit higher than what the current counts look like based on another 6 months plus of data. So there is a lot of assumptions that the model and the projections are based on, and they're highly sensitive. They're highly sensitive to any changes in those counts, right? And so the more information, the more actuals we have, the better we can make a projection. So just wanted to preface that this is based on the count projections that were considered in May. So those were a bit more rosier than what we're seeing right now. So there could be a big swing between the deficit, again, roughly anywhere between 1.4 and 3.1 million. And one of the other items that I wanted to point out is that the expense assumption that we made was assuming no growth. And so what I would like to say is that this deficit between 1.4 and 3 million is at a minimum, right? And we all know that expenses increase year over year over year. And the analysis was based on the expenses that we assumed in May of last year. And so obviously a lot of expenses can change. So, this forecast is highly, dependent on those assumptions on revenue, number one, and then secondly on expenses. One other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is some of the underlying analysis that we did. So the last sheet that I showed you just had the current fees and the recommended fees, and I wanted to show you here some more of the underlying analysis that went into the work. Is we estimated counts, we vetted them with the admissions team, we looked at the current fees, we took a look on top of that fee, and then you can see how we calculated potential revenues. For example, the current, given the current recommendation, the bar exam was going to generate potentially 13.5 million, and then the new fees that we propose would generate for almost 15 million. Obviously, this number is quite higher, like I mentioned, right? The actuals this year are closer to what, 19.6 or something. I'm sorry, I think it was more 11.2 or 3 of that 19 million is bar exam. And so you can see, and then one other thing that I would like to point out is the recommended fees are color coded. So you can see that some of the green ones, and that just denotes that that fee is above the break-even fee that we came up with. And the ones in red, highlighted in red, are below the break-even fee. So obviously some programs are projected to raise fees below the break-even point. So I think this is all based on what was reasonable for that specific program and for that fee, and a lot of other considerations, as well as comparing those fees to other states that have similar programs. And so you can get a sense of the amount of analysis that went through each of the programs that we looked at. Are there any questions? Okay, Amy.
No, hold on. Any questions
yes,
from
sir.
the members? I'll have some of predictably, but anyone else first?
Yeah, I have a question. This may be more for Amy, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, Amy. So thanks for you and the rest for presenting the numbers. And I'm just kind of curious, in case I may have missed it, are you anticipating like accommodating for some of these, some of the impacts from the COVID scenario in the past, of like what you mentioned before about using clear and cleaning equipment, etc. And then the second question I would have is if there was like any projections going forward, like based off of this, like a fee increases like 3% or 4%, knowing that possibly like the expenses may rise just as much.
Sure, Amy, I'll take a stab and feel free to chime in. As far as the expenses go, the assumptions that the analysis was based on assumptions we determined in May, and I believe some COVID-related costs were built into it, but not all. And potentially there could be additional COVID-related costs that are now required that wasn't considered or identified in May. So I brought that the gap that I was discussing with you was at a minimum, right? Because our expense analysis was pretty static, assuming no growth, and that dovetails to your second question. The analysis does not include any increases in cost. So the way we've looked at fee increases, right? I think the policy is like every 5 years, right? We're always going to be lagging behind. So if we had projected, for instance, a more complex model and projection, it would accommodate more potential costs, but then that would just point in the direction of increasing costs even further. And as you can see from the analysis, is that a lot of the fees that were recommended are way below what would be required to have the programs break even individually. So, so that's some of the limitations and some of the assumptions that were made in the analysis. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And Lawrence, just a follow up on that, you had mentioned looking at other areas. Were there any like on par with, say, California's expenses that like maybe New York, other jurisdictions?
Yeah, so we definitely looked at other states, and obviously every state doesn't have the same programs available. So we looked at, as best we could, states and comparable programs. And then we made sure that I think one of the considerations was to not be the most expensive state for the specific fee. So we definitely wanted to compare ourselves to some of the bigger states like New York or Pennsylvania or Illinois or Florida or Texas. So that was all considered when we made the recommendations since the May Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Could you go back to the previous sheet?
Sure.
Lawrence?
Yep.
Okay, so bar exam. Not fully paying for its costs. First year law students exam. Seriously not paying its costs. Even though it's a much smaller operation.
And I do want to add that the cost projection here is static, so it is most likely over time will increase, right? No, there's no question about
deficits.
that. Yeah, right. Like one of the things that we didn't consider, right? There was I think a personnel increase, right? We had a approved COLA, right, this year that wasn't factored into the cost, right? And that was so
Right.
there's obviously there will be costs to increase. So this is at a minimum what the gap would be.
And do you know roughly what the COLA was?
Roughly 5%, I believe, for this year.
Okay,
And then
well,
I believe there's some more increases in the next couple of years as well. So
yeah.
yeah.
So when you're comparing states, do you compare personnel costs? I suspect California has the highest pay rates of any of the states.
We just looked at the specific fees, for instance, right? Like the fee to fee that the states charge for the bar exam or for first year exam or other comparable programs. We don't have the information to know what the personnel costs, right, of all the other states and how we synthesized the data and came up with a program cost versus like how other states would. So there's no real way to get that information. So we just looked at the fees charged that were publicly posted, I believe. And I think we got some sources from the admissions team and scouring internet to gauge, how the fees stack up against some of the bigger states.
Right, but if those states' personnel costs are significantly lower than ours, which is likely, then it's hard to call that an apples to apples comparison.
Well, and Paul, we probably wouldn't be able to have an apples to apple comparison because our personnel structure in the Office of Admissions specifically is very different from other jurisdictions. For example, many jurisdictions outsource the process of the moral character assessment. We don't, that we keep that in-house, and our processes look different. We are grading, we have a 2-phase grading. Many jurisdictions do not. So we have a lot of UBE jurisdictions and they have different policies. We do not. And so also we have a first year law student exam. I don't think any other jurisdiction has a similar exam. So all this to say that the personnel structure will be very different compared to other jurisdictions.
Right. I'm speaking more to the relative pay rates. Even between the state bar and the state agency that regulates almost all other professions, the Department of Consumer Affairs. The using the publicly available salary information suggests to me that the bar pays at significantly higher rates. And so one of my questions is the bar doing anything to look at the expenses? Or it sounds as if they're just being treated as a given, and then we have to find a way to pay for that. And yet we don't want to charge too much and appear to be the expensive option, but yet in reality, we probably are. So Lawrence, my question, that's an editorial statement. You don't have to answer that. I won't put you on the spot. But with regard to all these programs that are in deficit, the admissions fund is not receiving any money from the general fund, correct?
I believe that's correct. And if I'm wrong, please someone weigh in.
That is correct.
So this is an operation that has to pay for itself. And if it's running all these deficits, how is it doing that? There must be a couple programs that are more than, they're bringing in more than their costs. I believe the legal specialization program is one of those. And in fact, this year we have captured their surplus to use their surplus in part to fund our deficits. And if we didn't have that surplus, we would not have enough just from the amount of surplus we've retained from previous years to make the deficit we're going to run this year. Is that correct?
That's correct. But, there are other small steps that we're taking to address this. So aside from, you talked about looking at other revenue sources, we're going to continue monitoring the budget more closely as we come through, because as Lawrence has suggested, the actuals is something that we really need to pay close attention to. When we forecast our budget, we look at previous years at how many people are taking the bar exam. We used to be able to predict that closely. We're not able to, or predict better than we are doing that now. So that's going to require a lot more closer monitoring of the budget. We're trying to reduce as much cost as possible. I talked about the fact that we're no longer working with PSI. We brought that work in-house. And so that is one potential cost savings in 2023. We've limited travel for staff, for our committees, any in-person events. We're doing all our bar exam training, for example, online. We talked about the other revenue sources, this combination of legal specialization in the admissions fund is one of those steps that we're taking. The fee increase plan is going to be very critical because it's going to help this year and then ongoing. But as Lawrence has highlighted, to get to a break-even status will be very challenging. And so I think that's why looking at other programs to offset this cost would be very helpful. We also want to continue exploring the possibility of going to a remote exam. That means working with the NCBE on the possibility of a remote exam, because that's the only way that would be possible for the bar exam. But we're continuing a remote exam with the first-year law student exam. We are researching also remote testing options that are going to facilitate a good user experience while maintaining the security that we need, so that we can not lose sight of the possibility of a remote exam. We've even explored the possibility of developing our own multiple choice questions as part of this. And so we're going to keep finding measures that will keep the possibility of remote exam available for a bar exam. So Paul, that answers your questions about steps that we're taking. And so I want to go back to this, the idea of why we're bringing this to the committee. They're guiding principles that we want to apply to the fee increase proposal. So can you put up my slide, or Lawrence, if there are no more budget questions, I just want to go back to the ask for the committee. Is that all right?
Well, I do have one more. Could you identify
right.
could you just list, Lawrence, the programs that are more than paying their way besides legal specialization?
We did not include that in this analysis, Paul.
No, but I know, but in the previous, in the analysis that was presented to the board, the finance committee in May, it identified several programs and said you weren't really going to look into them in detail.
Yeah,
because,
we did not present any of the programs that were healthy to the finance committee in May. We only highlighted the programs that were running a deficit in May.
Okay, but you know which ones those are. So could you
Yeah,
simply...
I mean, off the top of my head, legal specialization was one of them. I believe to a lesser degree, OSAC, PHV, and PTLS were also, well, I'm sorry, not those, I apologize, but let me, I believe it was FLC, legal specialization, and there was maybe, I think those are the only two, maybe one other that I can't think of, but there were like just 2 or 3 at most that were not running a deficit from a program at the program level.
Okay, thank you.
So the vast majority running a deficit, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Lawrence. All right, so we could get to slide 17 here. So we presented this information. I've talked about the information about the budget status as well as the fee proposals. And as Lawrence has indicated, those are not our final numbers. We need to continue the work that started back in last year. And so what we're bringing to the committee now is what guiding principles we want to apply to the to this task of looking at what the fee modification should look like. Obviously, we're going to focus on the areas with the greatest gaps. And so that would include the California bar exam, the first-year law student exam, and moral character. But also some of the guiding principles include the fact, and we've discussed it here, that attorney applicants should generally realize a larger fee increase than non-attorney applicants. And then the second thing is programs like Pro Hoc Vice or registered in-house counsel should support other programs that are in a deficit, like registered legal aid attorney and registered military spouse attorneys. And so with that, I want to open it up to the committee to get thoughts that we could bring to the board on these guiding principles. Paul has shared his concern or apprehension to for attorney applicants to realize a larger fee increase. But anybody else have any thoughts? It looks like Ashley, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is, if we've done an analysis of what it would look like, what kind of increase to the bar exam or the first year law student exam or moral character would meet or have those sections meeting their gaps. So I ask that because the fees are already pretty excessive, I think, for students who don't come from a financially stable background. And so as much as we can, I think that, avoiding any kind of fee modification would be the best option, but it might give us more perspective of, the bar exam is, X amount of dollars, but we would have to increase it by $500 more to even make it meet even. And in that case, it may not even see value regardless of if we raise it 100 or 150 or whatever it might look like. And then I think specific concerns about raising the first year law student exam, both honestly, realistically, all of them, but I think especially the first year law student exam coming from students who are barely getting through their first year of law school. And yes, they could feasibly be planning for these kinds of costs, but when you aren't working through law school, which most law schools encourage, it becomes extremely burdensome and prohibitive to continue into the legal career. So that's kind of my question / my feeling on the matter.
Okay, so Lawrence had presented, I think, different models, because I think your first part of the question, Ashley, was have we looked at different models to look that maybe account for differentials in each of the costs, right? Was that your question?
I think it's more what would break us even. So less so about differentials and more so about what amount would need to be increased to make us break even in all of those sectors.
Yeah, I think that was that second tab. Lawrence, do you mind pulling that
Yeah,
up?
can we go back to it?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
May I interject real quick, just for purposes of clarification?
Go ahead, David, and then we'll hear from Robbie, because maybe we can answer them all at once.
We talked about this during one of our committee meetings. I think it was with Tammy, correct? We're talking about a certain percentage. We were talking about our policy of returning certain funds, and we were discussing the amount of work that's done by the staff. Is this also included in this particular discussion? Because you got to look at it from a macro perspective. There's a lot of areas where, I agree with Ashley to a degree, but where we have to look at all aspects. But are we just focusing on the items that were up here right now?
Yeah, so David, the fee analysis itself includes personnel, indirect, it has absolutely everything in it.
No, I think he's asking about when you give somebody a refund when they withdraw from the exam.
Refund policies.
Yes,
that's all included.
That's reflected in here. So this is refunds, including the service fees that we provide.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a net projection.
Okay.
Robbie, did you have something? And then
Amy, I just wanted to, maybe this is a silly question, or maybe I missed something. Did the bar make a decision that this idea is preferable to, say, raising the dues and having a portion of the dues be allocated to certain programs of the bar and the bar exam? It seems like that puts the burden on licensed attorneys who have a better ability to pay.
Two things, Robbie, is that the board has not made a final determination about the 2023 budget. So that is, they did not make a determination, like it was the first part of your question. But the other thing is that we are supported 100% by our fees in the Office of Admissions. The fees for attorneys, licensed attorneys, are what support the rest of the remaining part of the state bar. That's the general funds. And so that's part of the general funds that apply to the entire state bar minus the Office of Admissions. So we're 100% dependent on our fees. And so even something like that would have to change, even a proposal where some of the attorney licensing fees could be brought to the Office of Admissions requires a bigger change, because we are 100% supported by our own fees.
But is that a policy or a legal requirement that we be 100% self-supporting?
It's not a legal requirement. Sorry, I've been going in and out of the meeting, and Brady can answer. It is not a legal requirement. It's a very interesting question. Of course, our licensing fees are set by statute. So it's not something the board could decide to do on its own, set a new assessment. I did come across another state. I want to say Nebraska. There is another state that does charge a licensing fee for admissions. So I have seen that, as a portion of the licensing fee can go to support admissions. We have discussed it internally in our ledge relations team. I'm not confident that it would be successful, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try it. In terms of using our existing general fund to support admissions, again, no prohibition, but our existing general fund is in a very bad financial state as well. We're looking at 2 years left of funding in our reserves there. And we will need to seek a fee increase, particularly if we don't sell our San Francisco building. So this is not the time for the State Bar's General Fund to effectively subsidize admissions, but there is not a prohibition, and there's certainly nothing that would prevent the bar from seeking a special assessment on licensees to support admissions functions.
Thanks, Leah, because, you know, it seems to me that, wow, here at the Committee of Bar Examiners and this part of the bar, we're doing so many more things with all our alternative pathways to licensure. And I think a proposal to add, say, $25 to the dues to fund these pathways or certain aspects of admissions, well, $25 would raise $4 million for the use of the bar. So, you know, I'm so glad to hear, Leah, that that's something that we're thinking about. I'm sorry that didn't come up in the very beginning. Certainly, I wish that could be on the table. It would certainly address Ashley and other members' concerns about putting the burden on essentially students, right? Students who, you know, may not be working. So I'd like to see us the bar continue to pursue that idea.
And so also, I think, Lawrence, you brought this up to answer Ashley's other question about the break-even point.
Right. So just to touch on your question, I don't have the actual dollar required to go to break even is in a separate file, but as you can see here, for at least the first year law student exam, you can see, right, like all the recommended fees are all below what the break even amount would be. So so just to give you some context, right, we would need to generate another $1.5 million, right? And so you can get a sense of like how much more the fee would have to increase to get to that point. It's going to be quite significant, right? So like the current total fee is revenue from fees is only about $500,000, right? And you can see that the total cost is closer to $2 million. So we need to increase fees by 3x at least to get to a break even. And this, I had stated before, is most likely very understated from a cost perspective, especially rolling into the next 5 years.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts?
Well, to be clear, just to summarize things I've said over the time, if you could put up the three principles.
Sure. So slide, if you're on a slide 17.
So my personal opinion is attorney applicants, this is talking about increasing how much more they pay than non-attorney applicants. My position would be that attorney applicants should pay the same as non-attorney applicants. There'd be no difference. And even that has them paying slightly more because you don't have the cost of the licensing fee for the multiple choice exam for them. So that's my position there. Again, I'm going to use the loaded word taxing the Pro Hoc Vice and registered in-house counsel to support others. I think everyone should pay the actual cost of their services, or at least we should know what those numbers are. And Lawrence's spreadsheet gives us a better idea that it doesn't show us the actual numbers that would be necessary to do that. And I think you need to focus on an area that's not listed here. To focus on is the law schools, because they're only paying roughly half of the costs of regulating them. And I think those fees should be looked at as well. I guess they're on here a little bit, but still, even after some increases, they're only paying half their way. I mean, it's not as bad as the gap for first years, but I don't know that the argument that we need to, keep that them paying more fees is going to directly affect law students as much as perhaps raising the first year fee would be. And so we have opinions from two of us. Robbie, you asked questions to, I don't know if you have any. Does anyone else have any more thoughts here? Where
Ashley shared some thoughts. So I think there's 3 of you.
I don't see any raised hands. Amy, I gather there's a little more to go through, but I want to make sure you address both telling us what the board has done this year regarding our budget, and then also how this whole process goes forward. For instance, when are the new fees going to be returned to the trustees for consideration? Will we have another opportunity to comment before then, or is this our only opportunity? And when is the earliest that those new fees might take effect? David, you have your hand up now, so go ahead.
I do. And I mentioned this previously to Tammy Campbell in one of our meetings, but I was thinking about the process, how to approach the possibility of fee modifications. And I think what may be much more beneficial, and again, I'm serving on a committee where we're going to consider that, but perhaps we can consider that in that current committee with Tammy, or perhaps another committee, but at least have an opportunity to meet with is it Lau? Mr. Lau? And
Yes.
I'd like to see what the current fees are, and then just give us an incremental increase as to 3%, 5%, 8%, 10%, and to see where that puts us. And if we can, several of us members in the committee can discuss this, and perhaps bring a proposal to this committee, and that way we would have an opportunity to at least engage in a robust discussion as to what we believe is beneficial and that would assist the bar. And then, of course, that exchange of ideas, we might be able to reach an accommodation there.
So if I could just point out, there was a presentation to the board's finance committee in May of 2022. The agenda item there, or the presentation that is posted on the website, lists those break-even fees based on the calculations at that time. And so, for example, the bar exam application fee would need to go up 43% to break even, as opposed to the 18% that's being recommended here. The first year law students application, Paul, you had noted that there was seemed to be a significant difference there in how much it costs and how much revenue we're getting. It would be a 330% increase. And so the recommendations that that Lawrence and Amy presented to you are sort of taking into account that a 330% increase in the first year law students examination is unpalatable, right? It's not going to happen. Where law students aren't going to be able to pay it. We are not going to propose it. And so this is sort of an attempt to make some real inroad in covering our costs and being in a position where we can actually support the programs of the Office of Admissions, but taking into account some of those realities. And so, Paul, when you do indicate, for example, your concern over the first policy that Amy laid out there, and said, actually, not only do I think that I don't agree that they should realize a larger fee increase. You said, I also think they should actually pay the same amount. So in order to accomplish that, then the increases, some of the other increases would have to be more on others. So there are policy considerations. Do you raise them for everybody equally? Do you raise them based on perceived ability to pay, easier ability to pay?
And those are the policy considerations that went into some of these recommendations. But ultimately, the Office of Admissions cannot continue to support the costs of all of these the things that it's currently doing. And so that's why we're looking at these fee increases. I really appreciated the list of things that Amy had indicated that we're looking at to decrease expenses. I mean, we're I think one of the very few things that I think she may have left off the list. We're exploring whether or not we can, reduce if there'd be a savings by reducing the number of locations or the spread of locations across the state for bar exam sites, right? All of those things that we're contemplating. But I did want to point you, and we can send you a link to that May 2022 Finance Committee agenda item, which did show the break-even points.
I think that was one of the attachments to this agenda.
Yeah, Amy, I have that file open. I'm happy to share if people want to take a look at it.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know if you guys want to do that right now. It sounded like there was a suggestion to kind of have a working group or a couple of CBE members do a deeper dive. If I understood David Torres's suggestion. Was that your suggestion, David?
It is, and I think that putting it out there, we're going to get piecemeal from various members, and I understand normally that's going to happen. But if we were to do it in the form of a proposal where they have several areas and we were able to put the projections there, and Lawrence could talk about it, I think that would be an easier way to approach this and a little bit more organized, so it gives our committee members some time to contemplate what they want to do, which direction they'd like to take.
I think we can commit to that. When is the March CBE meeting?
Right now it's scheduled for the same date as a board meeting, so we're going to change that. It's going to be March 24th.
Okay.
Oh, good to
I
know.
know.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I know Lawrence is really busy through the end of February doing the state bar budget. And I think, Paul, you had a question about that. So we'll probably kick off the fee work in earnest after that. So that I think should give us time to work on it with a couple of CBE members before the March CBE meeting. And there is time for this. The board is slated to take up fees in May. So there's time.
Okay, great. Yeah, we appreciate the ability to participate in the process. Was there more to
And
discuss?
Paul, I think we have to remember who our audience is. It's the California legislature. So we have to really think this out before we put any proposal forward.
Right. Well, yeah, I agree with Leah that trying to get them to fund us out of the admitted attorneys' fees is going to be difficult. They're still, they have trust issues with us, I think, to put it mildly. So let's see. Does anyone else, I want to look at my notes and make sure I don't have any other questions. But am I gathering that the sense of the group is you'd like to know what could cover the actual costs in its various forms? One might be where there's no assumption of, that already barred attorneys in some place are capable of paying more. And then alternative approaches so that we know who's subsidizing whom. That's always been one of my frustrations with the budget and the fees is we don't really know what's going on. We're making decisions, but we're not really conscious of, whose ox we're goring, and I'm not sure what the equivalent is, who's benefiting from that. I actually did prepare a motion along those lines. I'll just share it. I don't know if it's appropriate or if anyone's interested in it, but it expresses that sentiment. Let's see. Share.
Well, Paul, these were not agendized as actions, right? This is any of the updates under the director's report. But yeah, let's take a look.
Anyway, here's the sentiment. Is it big enough for people?
Yes.
Anyway, so did we have more? Well, let's see. I guess we've talked about the current budget, which combined us with the legal specialization unit so that we were able to capture their $5 million roughly surplus to get us through this year without fees being raised. But we're going to eat into that surplus with our continuing deficit for this year. So is it staff's belief that we do need to have new fees effective next year in order to stay afloat?
Along with cutting costs.
Right. And the one other aspect that I think the group may be interested in is that I just saw the proposal. I didn't monitor the meeting, so I don't know if this went through this way, but it was the Board of Trustees was going to have 4 in-person meetings. Other sub-entities such as us were going to have 2, but then the Jenny Commission, which evaluates judicial nominees, was asking to have all their meetings in person. How did all that resolve?
In the budget that's going to the board in February, it's resolved. The budget reflects those proposals. For Jenny, however, their meeting frequency or the meeting duration, all of their meetings currently are 2 days. What is getting funded is 1 day of meeting. But they are all in person, and those meetings, as you know, are not public. So they don't require the kind of webcasting and other considerations that some of our other meetings do. But that's the proposal that will go forward to the board in February. As part of the budget package.
And the trustees were 4 meetings a year then?
Yes, trustees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just part of my obligation to share with the group. Thank you. So I guess, Amy, you're suggesting that it's inappropriate for us to adopt any kind of motion to express our sentiment. But is it that, and I'm fine with that. Is it our sense then that we are going to create a working group to come back to us at our March meeting with the recommendations that we would send forward to the Board of Trustees then?
Correct. It sounds like we will establish a working group for that assignment. And what I can do is, like I've done with the rules, is send a follow-up email to see who'd be interested in volunteering for that working group. And then and we'll report back at our next CBE meeting. But that is
okay. And the cat that was let out of the bag that our March meeting is now going to be on the 24th. Can we, should we modify our calendars to that effect?
Yes, so I was planning on sending an email shortly after this meeting. And I failed to raise this during our recent update. So Yes, please.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad to know it because I planned vacations around these meetings and I was very likely to have put myself out of town without this. Thanks.
Sure. Okay, so now I think we're going on to Donna is going to give us an update on legislative proposals for 2023. Thank you.
Is it possible to take a break? I need to make.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, yes.
Maybe 30 minutes.
We are due,
lunch,
yes.
dinner.
30 minutes. Amy, do you think that'll cause trouble completing the agenda?
No, I think the best we can do is try, right? And it sounds like everybody needs a break. So let's just, yeah, let's do that. If you want to come back at 1:30, then we could just get started immediately at 1:30.
Well, let's make it 1:25. How's that? That would be true 30 minutes. And you know, if you'll be excused if you're still eating lunch, maybe that's a reason not to have your camera on, depending on what kind of eater you are. So we'll see everyone back at 1:25.
Thanks.
Okay. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Donna, you're there with legislative proposals?
Yes, absolutely. I believe attached to the agenda for today was a copy of the agenda item entitled Approval of 2023 Legislative Priorities that Bridget Grammy and I brought to the Board of Trustees last week. I wanted to bring it to you just to make sure that you all were aware that included in that legislative priorities item was a recommendation to the board, which the board agreed, that we would make some proposals to clean up some statutes that reference the Committee of Bar Examiners or the examining committee as it is identified in statute.
Donna, I don't think that it was ever attached to the agenda, so could you project it for us?
It's not attached.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't have it in front of me. I don't think it's that big of a deal because there's not a lot of specifics in there. I just want to talk sort of generally about what we're doing here. So, but it was part of the agenda for the January 19 Board of Trustees meeting. It was a small part of a bigger proposal of a set of legislative priorities. We do propose to the board every year, a couple times a year, we bring them some legislative proposals that we are seeking authority to affirmatively pursue. And there are a number of ways that those come to our attention. Some of them are very technical. Some of them are more substantive. The recommendation regarding the Committee of Bar Examiners was an entirely technical recommendation. As we have been doing the rule revision projects, we've been spending a lot of time with not just the state bar rules that deal with admissions, but also with the statutes, making sure they're in alignment, making sure we fully understand sort of what the full breadth of the governing law might be. And in the process of doing that, you always identify things. Things that you might not have known existed, things that you find perplexing, things that you realize may be outdated. In doing that, we've come across a number of statutes that say things like the Committee of Bar Examiners may accept for registration and application from an individual. The Committee of Bar Examiners does not, you don't register with the Committee of Bar Examiners, you register with the State Bar. The timeline for when an application to take the bar exam, those applications are to be filed with the examining committee. Well, they're not filed with the examining committee, they're filed with the State Bar. Interestingly, the statute that I just referenced before that deals with registration specifically talks in one place about that the Committee of Bar Examiners may accept for registration an application from an individual, but then talks about the State Bar processing an application for a license containing a federal tax ID number instead of a social security number. So in and of itself, there's a distinction in the statute that I think is at best confusing. And so we sought the authority of the board to propose to the legislature, along with our other legislative proposals, the cleanup to some of these statutes that reference the Committee of Bar Examiners for things that are in fact actually performed by the State Bar. As the agenda item indicates to the board, the amendments that are proposed, and I'm going to just quote this from the agenda item, are not intended to take any responsibility away from the committee or to eliminate any right that applicants may have to request a review by the committee, but rather they are, it's just an effort to clean up issues that are incorrect or would cause confusion. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. And we will keep you updated on whether any of those proposals ultimately get included in the fee bill or other legislation that is proceeding through the legislature this year. But we do have the direction of the Board of Trustees to go forward with amendments such as the ones that I just described. Questions?
Yeah, any question? Sorry. Here it is, by the way. And this appears to be the entirety of the part that refers to us.
It is.
So Donna, we may come up with suggestions for legislative initiatives throughout the year. I guess I had assumed that this is a once-a-year process, but you suggested that it can happen periodically. So is it fair to say we can keep that in mind? And for instance, if later today we came up with a couple suggestions, we could ask those to be processed along with the next batch or considered. Is that right?
Yeah, so typically we bring proposals to the Board of Trustees for consideration in January as well as in March. But we meet with a couple of legislative liaisons from the board throughout the year. Should something come up at a later date that makes sense to move forward in the current legislative session, we could certainly bring that to the board at a meeting subsequent to the March meeting. I think, even in some of the working groups that I've been working with, we are identifying discrepancies or some different wording choices between the rules and the statute that we are looking at. And the answer isn't always to change the rule. It may be to request a change of the statute. And so I anticipate that through this rules revision process, this committee will in fact be making a series of recommendations for some rule changes, some of which we might ask the legislature, the board first, obviously, and then the legislature to include in legislation this year. Some of those we would wait until the following legislative session. But I absolutely expect to get some recommendations from this committee about some other statutory changes.
Okay, any questions from anyone? Anybody still reading this wants me to not take it down? Okay. Thank you, Donna. Let's see what's next. Recent developments, Amy, do we have any?
Sure. The correction to the May 17th meeting that will be scheduled for May 24th, the following week. We'll make corrections to the calendar schedule that's posted on our website.
You mean March 17?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I've caught it too. So that takes us to examinations. Has Esther joined us? So I want to see if she and Alex are here. Esther's here. Alex Chan, whatever name Robbie's calling him these days. Is he here? I don't see him.
I don't see him, but Esther's on.
Okay. So Amy, if you want to briefly summarize the status of the Blue Ribbon Commission, if your voice is coming back.
Sure. So the Blue Ribbon Commission is our next step for the Blue Ribbon Commission is to comment on the report recommendation. And that was scheduled or was going to be scheduled for this month. I think it was scheduled for January 23rd, the beginning of this week. That has been postponed to February, I believe it's 23rd. And so we'll be meeting then. That agenda item will include a draft of the initial set of recommendations. The point of the meeting on the 23rd is to discuss the report and make any modifications before that report advances to the board.
So that was February 23rd is the new date. Is that what you're saying?
It's not, it's the 27th,
All right.
February 27th.
Okay, so basically we have this item here on the agenda as a placeholder in case either Alex or Esther had some last minute news to report, which I gather they don't. But also because, you know, this is a very important project to us, since it's making recommendations about the bar exam that we administer. I wanted to allow every possible opportunity for any members of the committee to provide feedback to Alex and Laura and Esther, if you have any, to help them represent us at the next Blue Ribbon Commission meeting and going forward. I expect, so does anybody have any additional comments to offer? You know, I know I offered some probably at the last meeting or maybe in November, sorry, October. Does anyone else have any questions or concerns they want to convey to them? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring this back in March. Hopefully by then we'll have a report to look at, which can I ask staff to distribute the report to the committee members when it comes out, or at least send us a link to the
Yes, absolutely. We can do
to the
that.
agenda item. I guess there would be no problem with if you could send it out when it comes out prior to the meeting, and anybody who has a concern, if they read it, they could convey those to Alex and Esther, but being careful not to include anyone else so that we would violate the open meeting laws. But you are certainly allowed to communicate to them, so long as they don't tell you what others said and try to develop a consensus. But that may help them in representing us. And we'll have it back in March where we can, assuming it's out, we can talk about any response that we want to make to it. Next item is Alex, I'll turn it over to you and Christina, Alex Lawrence, that is,
Great.
for the grading rules.
Sorry. Paperwork here in front of me. So I believe this is open item 202. Is that correct? I'm sorry, 201.
Yes.
Okay, great. So in 2022, the Office of Admissions conducted a comprehensive review process in many areas that include but not limited to the assessment of rules, practices, its website, and more. One of the primary goals was to improve the case processing and customer service areas. This particular agenda item outlines the rules that govern exam grading and details the policy on reconsideration of exam scores. I want to invite Robbie and Dolores, who were part of the working group that had discussions on some, if not all, of the areas that are being presented here. Robbie, can I turn it over to you?
Dolores could not be with us, but I think, Christina, were you going to give a little bit of a presentation? I might want to let you go forward and then I'll chime in after you do. Christina, of course, has had the laboring oar here and done an incredible amount of work in reviewing policies on what to do after you get your bar exam results. So Christina, would you mind taking the lead, and then I'm going to fill in if that's okay.
Absolutely. And first, I just want to acknowledge and thank you, Robert Brody and Dolores Heisinger, as they participated in this discussion as the working group. I want to thank you guys both for your time, effort, and consideration in these items. And I want to appreciate your continued participation in the review as this, because the working group has made the recommendation that this today's discussion is exactly that, a discussion where I can present an overview and the discussion can involve the entire full committee. The agenda item in front of you includes some background on rules and policies that are relating to the exam grading and exam scores and exam materials post-exam. And this item presents an overview on the evaluation of these rules and policies and how they are applied currently. The agenda item itself really addresses 4 areas. And I am wondering if the committee perhaps would just like to go through those 4 areas one by one, so everyone can give their opinion and evaluation, and then I'll move to the next topic. I see a little bit of heads bobbing yes, so I'm going to continue on. So the first item that is mentioned in the agenda is the MPRE. You also saw the MPRE score was on one of the committee's working plan. A little bit of background with the MPRE. The committee last considered, or I should say the committee last raised or increased the scaled score from 79 to 86, and that was back in 2008. That score of 86 is among the highest in all jurisdictions. And this agenda item discussion really is to talk about whether the committee would like to reevaluate the MPRE scaled score that is considered for passing, whether it is appropriate. And at that point, I am going to pause and see if there's any discussion.
And I want to note, Christina, also that I think Kareem may have raised this at one of our past meetings. I'm not sure if he's here. The idea of revisiting the cut score. And I think it was in the context of when we were talking about the PLL program. And, the number of people who had outstanding MPRE scores or having sat and passed that exam. But I just want to jog his memory. Anyhow, I just want to bring that up, that it's been discussed here, raised at previous CBE meetings.
Earlier, we did put it on the work plan. So at this point, Christina, without a lot more information, are we really prepared to actually discuss it, or are you really just asking if we should schedule this for future review?
Yeah, it's more of a, not only to get the full committee's feedback to bring back to the working group on how we should move forward with the MPRE score. Is it the committee's interest in evaluating the scaled score, the passing score for the MPRE?
I personally don't think I have enough information to guide you at this point. One of the things I would want to know is what's the passage rate? Is it the case that a lot of people are failing this thing, or because this is dealing with our, what I call our public protection kryptonite, the thing that we cite all the time, that and protecting the public means having lawyers with the highest level of ethics. So unless the data shows that the exam is somehow unfair, or too strict in testing for that, I just can't really offer an opinion about whether it should be lowered or, for that matter, raised. Anyone else? Am I just the guy today who's saying all the onsaid things and everyone else is happy with it and isn't chiming in and saying I agree, or what's going on here?
And this is Rob. Maybe this is best for to be continued, because Christina was really laboring to get stuff to me before the meeting today, and there was so much to put together. We're still discussing these things as well. This is not something that needs to be decided today, so I think it's good to know that it's out there, and Dolores and I are going to be working with Christina, and we'll have more to say at the March meeting.
And Paul, thank you for your comments. That will be some of the research that I do is into the pass rate and the number of people passing and things like that. So thank you for those comments. We're going to
Okay,
move right up.
Oh, let me just throw out one more idea for considerate, maybe two. One was wondering if the proposal is consistent with the statute, which seems to suggest that we need to keep the window open for people to look at their materials for 4 months, perhaps, or maybe we need an interpretation from council. And then also another issue is that right now we do not let people people who fail the big bar exam view their multiple choice answers and questions, and that's because we don't control it. It's the NCBE, but we do allow them to review the first year law exam multiple choice questions. But yet you've conveyed in your report a concern that the window to do that overlaps. If it were a long period, it overlaps with the next giving of the first year law exam. And so question I'd like you to address is whether we should continue to allow the first year exam students to review their multiple choice questions and answers. It's, I think that's given that many of the questions are recycled over a period of years, I wonder if that's appropriate.
So Paul, thank you for teeing up that next conversation. The next bullet point, if you will, in the agenda item is the access to materials and perhaps the B&P code needing to be updated in light of the State Bar electronically releasing exam materials rather than snail mailing the exam materials out. You pose a question as to first year review. Absolutely, first year applicants are allowed to review their multiple choice. What staff has identified is potentially problematic is that the B&P code allows the review of such materials for 4 months. Well, when we release the June first year results in August, the 4-month period would be in December. So really hypothetically, you could have an applicant that schedules the review of their multiple choice week before the October first year exam being administered. So really the question there is the business and professional code, does that need to be updated with the timeline shrunken? Or it sounds like even Paul's discussion point is whether applicants should be continued to review their multiple choice. I can speak for applicants wanting to come in to review their multiple choice because they use it as a study mechanism for future exams, future first year exams, if they're unsuccessful the first time around. So I'll speak on behalf of the applicants that they appreciate it, those that come in to review it.
Okay, and then the other aspect of that to consider is whether we should explicitly recognize that there's no access to the big bar exam multiple choice questions. I think right now you have really nothing to point to when you say you can't have it. Except that you don't have the ability to give it to them. But I think it would be good to put that down so people's expectations are not raised, because literally the statute seems to suggest that we should be able to make that available to them, and contractually we're just not allowed to. So we should clarify that as well.
And that point, you're absolutely right, Paul, that is not included in the B&P code. There is a State Bar rule that does specify that you do not have access to the questions nor the answers from the MBE, but you are accurate by stating that it's not written into the B&P code.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of the rule, but yeah, the rule, in most cases is supposed to give way to the statute. So I guess we need to amend the statute. Donna, are you listening?
Not only am I listening, Paul, but I'm the one who actually flagged the statutory issue with Christina. So we're on it.
Cool. Any other questions or comment? Did you finish your
Well, those are the first two bullet points. I didn't want to rush through, but I don't see any hands. I'm going to move on to the partial taker, the definition of a partial taker. Currently, the definition of a partial taker, as the committee's policy is written, is that if you miss one session, an exam session, you are not allowed to attend any subsequent exam sessions. This absolutely makes sense for in-person exam. When the bar exam is being administered, you receive 3 essay or 3 written questions at once. And so if you don't attend one session, you are going to get zeros on those written answers. Well, I guess where the conversation needs to start is in light of the first year exam being administered online now. That administration is given at one exam question, one written session at a time. So one essay question instead of multiple essay questions. Does the committee want to reevaluate a partial taker in light of the fact that first year exams, at least in the foreseeable future, will continue to be administered electronically, remotely, online, and even the possible considerations of the Blue Ribbons committees and the recommendations for the future of the bar exam itself?
And was it, remind me, was it the case that the testing software right now is not set up to refuse to let them take the second question if they don't participate with the first one?
That is correct. We've used 2 different vendor softwares. We've used both ExamSoft for our first year administration, and most recently we used Prometric in our first year administration. The software with Prometric is not set up to stop a person from taking the subsequent exam if they miss, or excuse me, the subsequent session if they miss the session before it.
So is there any downside to letting them really roll the dice to try to do so well on the test portions they take that they pass?
On the applicant side, I would assume that those that do, let's say, miss session number 1, but continue with the rest of it, they probably do appreciate getting their exam materials graded. I'm sure they appreciate getting their exam materials after the release of results returned to them. If examinees do not place effort into passing the exam, I can also see the flip side of it, of the law schools not wanting to take a unsuccessful applicant against their statistics, their performance statistics.
And also that would count as one of their 3 tries, right?
If they are considered a taker, a completer, that would count against one of their 3 tries. If they're considered a partial taker, it is not counted against one of, I'm sorry, regardless, you have 3 attempts from when you are eligible for the exam. Whether or not you take it, whether or not you show up, it is counted as one of your 3 attempts.
Okay, well, I'm generally against trying to protect people from themselves so long as they are properly informed of the consequences. I think that's worth exploring, opening that up. Does anyone else feel the same way or differently?
Yeah. Oh, Robbie, were you going to say something?
This is right. Well, what I was going to say was, this is something we talked about when I first joined the Committee of Bar Examiners. And I believe at the time the perception was that to permit a partial taker from counting was unfair to the law school and to the state bar because it lowered everybody's numbers on bar passage. And Christina, maybe you can remind me, if you miss a session, is it even possible to continue and still pass? I thought the perception was the last time we talked about this, and when we talked about it, was that you could not. You
Yeah.
could pass the bar exam without sitting for the exam in its entirety.
Yeah, and comparing the bar exam to the first year exam, you'll get different results. However, for the bar exam, if an applicant missed a written session, which included 3 questions, whether it be essay or performance test, at the cut score of 1440, I believe it was statistically impossible to pass. However, with the new cut score of 1390, it's statistically possible, highly unlikely, but statistically it is possible.
Oh,
And that's based on missing just one question, right? Not all 3?
No, that is based on 3 questions with perfect scores and the remaining essays and a really high MBE score. And that's with the new cut score of 1390.
So, but if they miss a session, they get a 0, not a 40, right?
That is correct. If they miss a session, they would
Okay.
get all 3 zeros. And currently, for the bar exam, if you missed a session, staff, because it's in person, staff prevents you from sitting for future exam sessions
Right.
as well.
Right. So, but I didn't know that it was statistically possible. It's hard to believe that you can still pass the bar if you get a 0 on 3 on half of the bar. Well, I guess 25% of the bar, right? One half of one day. But if it is possible, then I suppose it's worth talking about a little more. I know at the exam sites, if you leave, you can't come back. Isn't that our rule, that if you decide, you get up and you're mad and I'm leaving, that's the end. You're not permitted to return in that afternoon or the next day.
That is
But
correct. And
this might change that, though.
So this would change that. Wow, be a bit of a headache for administration of the exam, but I didn't know that it was a possibility, which is why I always supported that rule. Why create a detriment for the school, for the bar, or the pass rate that we publish for someone who could not pass the bar? But I suppose if there's even a scintilla of a chance that you could, then that's something to consider. And maybe you and I and Dolores can talk about that at our next subcommittee meeting.
Don't call yourself a subcommittee, because that would make you subject to open meeting laws.
Okay, what are we?
Your working group.
Working group, okay. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I honestly didn't know that you could still pass, so, wow. Oh. Tammy, we'd have our hands full with people coming and going. What can I say? That'd be crazy.
And I really would like to focus the partial taker discussion really in light of the first year exam being remote. We have experienced just this past year in 2022, there were technical issues that prevented an applicant from missing a first session, but because the software did not prevent them from attending the rest of the sessions, they went through and did go ahead and take the rest of the exam sessions. When you don't have staff, like in person bar exam, monitoring and not letting people come through and sit down, it is a lot harder to monitor who is going to be a partial taker and who will not be a partial taker.
And Christina, did you say with respect to the first year exam, if you miss one session, you cannot pass the exam?
No, when you miss one session on the first year, that's only one exam question typically, or it could be half of the multiple choice. You absolutely can still pass. And in fact, you are more statistically likely than you would in a bar exam session where you're missing 3 of the exam questions.
Well, okay.
Well, so we send you back to think about it?
Yes, I would say send this back to the working group.
Okay.
But thanks, Christina, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, absolutely. And then the very last item that the working group talked about was the reconsideration policy. And Robbie, do you want to talk a little bit about the reconsideration policy, or did you want me to keep on going?
Yeah, go ahead, Christina, because you've got it in your head. And then there was a great deal of discussion about this. So bar members, this is what happens if you don't pass the bar, and what can you do when you don't pass the bar? So go ahead, Christina. What can you do when you don't pass the bar?
Yeah, so the committee currently has a written policy allowing reconsideration of exam grades and or exam scores. The committee's policy is that you have to meet one of two criteria, whether it be a arithmetical mistake with documented evidence, or it's a clerical mistake with documented evidence that prevented your exam from being properly graded. In the agenda item, staff lays out the myriad of checks and balances that staff performs to ensure that all applicants' written answers would be essays and performance tests, go through the standardized grading process. That includes times where applicants have not submitted their typed answer into the ExamSoft portal, and the staff members are sending courtesy reminders, hey, we don't have anything uploaded, please don't forget to upload. That goes to applicants inadvertently sticking their handwritten answer into a scratch envelope that is not filtered or funneled to the San Francisco office for grading. It could be a whole gamut of things. And staff has found in the reconsiderations over the past few years that the applicants that are writing reconsideration requests are not meeting the criteria set upon the committee for arithmetic or a clerical mistake. And some applicants are writing in years after an exam is administered, 4, 5, 6 years, sometimes after an exam is administered, asking for reconsideration. So there were a few suggestions that the working group had discussed, one of which was to codify the reconsideration policy, or revoking the reconsideration policy and codifying that into the rules. Another option was to put some more deadlines and requirements on the reconsideration policy on what constitutes as a reconsideration.
Any comments?
And
Ashley?
oh, go
Or
ahead.
did you want to add
Ashley.
something first?
Go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, sorry, I just had a question. Does this contemplate issues with testing facilities? Would that be considered a clerical error or issue? Or are those just not really contemplated in the way that tests are reconsidered?
That is a fantastic question. Part of the working group's discussion was, what is a clerical error? Is a clerical error for an exam answer not being properly graded? Is that something that a staff is doing, or is that inclusive of environmental factors and things like that? Tammy, can I tap you in just to talk about some environmental factors, proctors, things like that?
So we definitely receive emails after the exam of applicants who have experienced whatever difficulty there might be during the exam at the test center. Although we do get several that come in shortly after the exam because it's, you know, fresh on their minds and they want to get it in writing to us. We do see a lot of applicants who wait as we're approaching the deadline, or not the deadline, but the release of results date, that now have decided to write in right before the results are going to be issued. And there are several that write in after the results have been issued who say, well, I had this experience at the exam and that impacted my test taking. And those are some of the things that we would like to try to get those types of items in sooner, Because if it was really an issue at the exam, we want to know about it sooner than waiting until the end. But we also look at everything that we've been provided about an actual situation that has happened, and we take everything into consideration on what that impact was. And we do have various things that happen at an exam, and our staff do what they can to rectify the situation so that the applicants can continue to move on in their testing. And there are times also a lot that we don't know about things because it's not brought to our staff's attention. So if we don't know about something, it makes it very difficult for us to help resolve the issue so that you can continue with your test. So those are some of the things that we've experienced that come in with regards to release of results, and they ask for reconsiderations.
And Ashley, that was such a great question, because that's exactly what we were talking about in our working group. I think fundamentally what we are considering is, should there be a time parameter in which you can even raise that concern? Okay, there was jackhammering, there was so much noise, the person sitting next to me had a seizure and the paramedic, those things, but should there be a end date by which you can raise that concern? Tammy, of course, would like to hear that concern at the exam site while the exam's going on. But, we talked about it, and maybe you're nervous about making a fuss while you're taking the bar exam. You think the proctor is going to be mad at you if you say something. Okay, I kind of get that. But, Christina is talking about receiving these kinds of complaints or concerns months after the exam. Maybe we should say within 30 days of the results coming out, or within 30 days of the bar exam before the results come out. So we know that you're not making a complaint just because you didn't pass. Those are the kind of things that we're looking at. And, I don't know the answer. I think there should be some time cutoff, because it's not fair to the bar to try to reconstruct, even our proctors, as able as they may be, are just temp workers. And we have, we don't have the same pool every time. So I think it's if we're going to have somebody review an exam scenario, that there was jackhammering, that there was noise, that they couldn't hear, earplugs fell out, we need to know at some point that bears a relationship to when the exam was given, I think. I don't know what the rest of the CBE thinks, but these are the kind of things we're talking about in the working group. What counts, and when should you tell us about it if you think that legitimately affected your score? You're failing.
And the proposed amendments to the policy say report incidents no later than 14 days after the final day of the exam. And for reconsideration requests, it says make those no later than 14 days after the results are released.
So I don't know what everybody thinks about those parameters. That seems on its face to be reasonable, right? You know that you failed the bar exam, as of the day after Thanksgiving or whenever the results are formally issued. If you genuinely believe that there were external factors other than you didn't know the answers, external factors that affected your ability to take the exam, I don't think it's unfair to require that you present that in that time frame.
Yeah, my only suggestion would be that because an appeal of the exam grading might be based on, in most cases, it would be based on maybe a review of your own exam materials. And so under the current scheme, we don't have to, we do currently provide their materials to them right after the results are released, maybe the same day even. via the portal, but we're not required to do that under the current rules. Well, I guess we could wait 4 months. It's not clear. So we should trigger the start of that 14-day period on the availability of the materials. And so if we're delayed a little bit releasing them, then they have a little bit longer time to file their appeal.
I would be interested in hearing if anyone wants to speak to under what conditions the committee would want to reconsider. Currently, we don't have a reconsideration policy for environmental factors. That is a jackhammer outside your room. Does the committee want to run a psychometric analysis because there is a jackhammer outside a room, or at least does the committee want to run psychometric analysis for what is beyond the committee's control?
And that is something that we currently put out in all of our exam materials or information that we provide for applicants is, we're trying to do the best we can at an exam site to keep everything a certain way, but we are not able to control everything that is out of our control. So jackhammering is a good example. The hotels are not all going to be made aware of any kind of, let's say, street repairs that are going to be done during the exam. I don't think that's something that the cities or counties are, checking off that they let everybody know they're going to do this. Those are out of our control. We can, we can't really control that. But if it's something going on in the test center that is within our control, we try to rectify that, resolve it so that we can allow you to continue with your testing.
And can I highlight one more factor to consider here? And that is there might be instances where it's not feasible to conduct a psychometric analysis. For example, the thing to keep in mind is during an in-person exam, you get 3 questions for one session, right? Morning, you get all 3 questions. Afternoon, you get 4 or 5 in the PT. And then the next day you have the MBE. We cannot impute MBE scores, right? That we don't have oversight or jurisdiction over that. So that's one area where I feel like that policy would have issues if it were that we wouldn't be able to carry out, for example, the MBE. But also, if let's say there was jackhammering for in the morning and then jackhammering in the afternoon, in order to impute, you need a part of the exam that is unaffected. So in that instance, if there was jackhammering at both times, that would be difficult to do. So I just raised that even imputation would be a challenge depending on the scenario. So we can discuss it, but I think it's a factor to consider as well.
And thank you, Amy, for bringing that up, because I was giving that as an example, but we as a committee can make a recommendation that applicants be told that, say, environmental factors are not a reason to request a review of your bar exam. Again, if there truly was something going on that was within the control of the bar, we would know at the exam. For those that have never been to one, there are literally hundreds of proctors at large sites. It's one proctor for every 12 people or something like that. So there are quite a lot of people with their eyes and ears on, who's having a seizure, where's their noise coming from, so those things I believe would be known. Tammy, wouldn't you agree? We would pick up on our own on those kinds of things. So maybe we want to say that if you seek reconsideration or review of your score, keep in mind, scores on the cusp have been reviewed twice, and environmental factors cannot be raised. Dolores and I talked about maybe the bar should prepare and offer a form that would have check boxes that identify those few instances where we would consider a review. Right now, a review consideration has to be done by hand. with a handwritten or typewritten letter mailed with a stamp in an envelope to the bar. Maybe that is a little Jurassic, and we should be able to do that with an email or electronically, or as I say, maybe with a form that you have to complete that has the instances in which a review can be made. Well, anyway, those are the things that we're talking about, because right now there are no rules about this, and I think it would be nice, at least Christina, that's the idea. It would be nice to have rules. So I don't know. Anybody else have any ideas about what can you do when you don't pass the bar? I guess that's really the subject here. And should there be a time frame in which you do it?
And Robbie, I just wanted to piggyback off of something that you said that made me think about the review of scores. So you are absolutely correct. California is a two-phase grading cycle. So all of those scores that are near the pass line automatically go through a second review. Different graders read all 6 of the answers again, and your total scaled score is a combination between your first read, your second read, and your MBE scaled score. Staff did do some research to see what other jurisdictions do on reconsiderations. Most jurisdictions do not offer any reconsiderations. Some of the jurisdictions do have a two-phase grading cycle, just like California does. The only jurisdictions that I found that offer a reconsideration policy were very small jurisdictions, the District of Columbia, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. They either allow another review of the exam answers through the Committee of Bar Examiners, or the applicant has to pay in order to file something with the Supreme Court and for their answers to be reviewed another time. So California is currently one of the few jurisdictions that have a reconsideration policy.
So sounds like we've talked out what our concerns are, and it's back for more thought and drafting. Robbie, do you agree?
Yes, I think that's fair. You know, I mean, the overarching all of this is we want to be fair to all applicants. How can we best have a policy that anyone that wants to know can look at, that's fair and protects the integrity of the exam and the state bar? So yes, I think we're still not back to the drawing board, because we're already on the drawing board, but there was a lot to talk about at our meeting, and where Christina was trying to put this all together for us. So, and I don't think there's any pressing urgency. We don't have to decide this today. And I'd like more time to thrash it out, especially now that we've talked out loud about it at the meeting today.
Okay, thanks. So should we move to the next item?
Yes.
Alex or Christina?
Yes, so the next item is approval of the technical report on the October 22nd first year law students examination 0202. Christina, would you like to comment on it?
Yeah, sure. The technical report is presented to the CBE after each exam. It includes information that summarizes the October 2022 first year exam taker population. And let's see, it looks like our overpopulation, overall the population was lower than 1 year ago, October 2021, but the pass rate increased overall for both full-time taker, first-time takers and repeaters.
Are there any questions or comments? I don't see any. There is a proposed motion. Robbie, you're muted.
This is Robbie. I'll make that motion to approve the report.
Second.
Second by Dr. Torres.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerrera,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak, Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon,
Yes.
and Paul Kramer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. And finally on our list is approval of the draft report to the Supreme Court on the July 22nd California bar exam. And just for a summary, the state bar is to provide the California Supreme Court for the report on the administration of the exam. Each time for the discussion, you should have reviewed the July 22nd California bar exam statistics report and analysis of the general bar examination, as well as the essay questions and selected answers, and the performance test and selected answers for the July 2022 test. Are there any questions? Comments?
Yeah, just a couple suggestions. We should retire the term books, which is being used interchangeably with answers now that everything's, stored as computer files. No more, even if you write in an answer book, it gets converted to a PDF, a scanned file. And then in attachment C, page 1, the first bullet, the words failed and passed should be swapped. And then table 3 says that the pass rate was 53.6%, whereas everywhere else in the various reports, it says 53.7%. So I just recommend those corrections.
Thank you.
This is Robbie. With those corrections, I'll move to adopt the report for the Supreme Court.
Is there a second?
This is
Second.
Bethany. I'll second.
Never
Thank
mind.
you. Can we have roll call, please?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerrera,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Thank you. Dr. Wilcoxon,
Yes.
Paul Kramer,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Okay, thank
you.
you, Alex. Next, we move on to operations and management. The first item, 0300, was withdrawn. So we have the next one, approval of October 2022 first-year law students examination cost analysis. Tammy and Bethany?
Thank you, Paul. For the October 22 first-year law students exam, we, of course, administered this exam online to the majority of the population again. We did end up having some applicants that tested in person, both in the Los Angeles State Bar conference rooms, as well as at Prometric Test Centers. Prometric was a new vendor that we had utilized for October to try a different format of administering the online exam. With that being said, there were about, I want to say 6 or 7 applicants that we actually had administered at the Prometric Test Centers. So we had no cost incurred for having proctors administer the exam like we did in October of 2021 due to legal specialization joining us, and we had to go out to actual test centers and had to hire proctors. However, we did use our staff for in-person in the state bar offices, and we did utilize the proctors provided by Prometric at their test centers. So that was a helpful situation with us using Prometric test centers. The direct cost administered for the October 2022 first year exam was $89,442 for a total of 238 applicants. And that compares to October of 2021, where we had 272 applicants with a cost of $108,323. The aggregate October 2021 first year exam costs were higher, of course, like I just mentioned, because we had to secure test centers at hotels based on the number of applicants for testing accommodations between first year and legal specialization. We did not have enough room in our conference rooms to accommodate for both groups. And then on top of that is that we did combine all of our extenuating circumstances people to be able to go out to Prometric as well as first year. Sorry, I'm losing my track there of what I was saying. So let me get back on track. So the October 2021 first year law students exam eliminated the need for proctors, as I mentioned, and we did use the in-person offices. And the October 2022 exam, I already went over where we had everybody testing, but one of the things that caused us to have a reduced amount of cost was that we did not have those facilities, that we had the proctor savings, and we did have fewer applicants this time around. So overall, that was going to decrease the overall cost that we incurred. The Prometric platform, just to make a reference to that, is a live proctoring platform versus when we were using ExamSoft, that was video recording. So there is a difference between recording and live proctoring on how things are handled. This time around, we did not have to utilize our staff to review videos at the end. So that was a positive for us. And basically this report, along with previous exam administration financial reports, do not include, which you saw during the budget conversation, any costs that are incurred from staff that are dedicated all year round and all the other overhead costs that we incur with admissions doing the work that we do. And with that being said, I'm going to open this up to Bethany Peak, who will go over some of the highlights.
Yes, thank you, Tammy. So I just have 2 quick highlights. Tammy's already discussed that, we didn't have the cost for the test centers or proctoring. We had we did have 11 applicants that took the exam in person who were either accommodated or they had some kind of extenuating circumstance. And so that was 4.6% of total applicants. And they accounted for 10% of the total exam costs. And then comparing, let me see, the cost to, sorry guys, I lost my spot. Okay, it cost approximately $351 to administer the first year exam to an applicant remotely compared to $892 for those applicants that came in person. So at this time, there is a proposed motion. I don't know if anyone would like to move or if there's discussion.
This is Robbie. I just had a quick question. Tammy, is that Prometric? Is that an on-site where you go to take the exam, or they administer the remote exam?
So they do both. They administer the remote side of it. They also have test centers that allow for applicants to come in person and take the examination, whether there's somebody who is writing or if there's somebody who needs an actual place to test in person for some extenuating circumstance that has come up.
So do you know, is that the place? I know Dr. Cow and I did a check of one proposed facility in Glendale. Is that Prometric?
I am not aware what
Yeah,
site.
I believe that's the same thing. When we had the staff look at some of the in-person sites, and I think you also looked at a Prometric site.
Yes, I did. Oh, so Tammy, can we have them handle all of the accommodated applicants for the future instead of hotels?
I mean, as long as they're the vendor that we're going to be using, they would be able to assist with that. Yes.
For the first year. So the first year is obviously such a smaller number. They have they don't have the seats for something like the, in the future of the bar exam. They would have to really expand how many seats they would be able to give us.
But could they handle some of our accommodated applicants that can be in semi-private? I mean, I know the facility I went to, you had dividers all around you. It felt very private.
There was only one accommodation they really can't handle well, and that's that speech to text, the Dragon software, because that is adaptable to someone's actual voice. So they need to have their home computer to make that software work well. But other than that, they can accommodate a spectrum of accommodations.
Because I'm guessing that would be much more cost effective than the hotel and the proctor that we hire. I mean, I'm guessing, I don't know actually, but I'm guessing that would be less expensive and maybe better for the applicant with professional proctors at a testing center than anything else. Okay, well, good to know. I'm glad that worked out. And having said all that, I will make the motion to move that the cost analysis be approved. Thank you, everybody. And thanks, Bethany.
Thank you, Robbie. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
All right, roll call vote.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerrara,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon,
Yes.
Paul Kramer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Bethany. Now we're on to educational standards with Natalie Leonard and Dr. Wilcoxon.
Thank you. Chair Kramer, am I allowed at this moment to give a little bit of a refresher on our first two, which would be 0400 and 0401, just as a refresher for the committee about past conversations?
It's relevant to the actions that are before us. Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So just want to share a few things with all of you. Since 2020, Pacific Coast has had 3 deans. The schools have problems with bar passage even when accredited. NPR instituted right when school accredited and it never met the standard. All motions since 2020 have been filed on an expedited basis despite our request to plan ahead. I'm a little bit concerned that there may be a lack of a long-term strategic plan. Some things that we're going to talk about today, waited until losing accreditation to file for registered status, switch from quarters to semesters, switch from fixed facility to distance, change of administrative office. Lease was negotiated before filing and held only because of a coincidental staff call. There's been so many changes that staff has not yet been able to conduct the confirming inspection that the law school is due to undergo. That said, agenda item 0400 is regarding a modification of curriculum to allow an extra 30 minutes per class session for each class that is part of the JD curriculum.
And Dr.
Reviewing this-
Wilcoxon, oh, sorry, because it's such
go
a
ahead.
complicated situation, would you like me to just give a quick summary for the committee? Great,
will.
and I'll also let you know that Dean Desies is here, and once the staff and your member presentation is complete, he'll be recognized for 5 minutes of public comment if he wishes. With these changes, it might just be helpful to focus as to these two motions requested. The school is a fixed facility school right now, unaccredited fixed facility. It has an approved transfer to a distance learning status that will take place in the fall. You've approved a curriculum with each course being 3 hours in length. That was going to be a change for them, a little shorter than they teach right now. Upon creating the curriculum, they decided that no, they would like to stay with 3.5-hour classes, which is what they use now in the fixed facility program. So I know it can be just a little confusing with several things on the boards, but that's what they're seeking here. They'd like to keep the class length they have when they transition from fixed facility over to distance. I know that at this point, Dr. Wilcoxon is so steeped in it, but some of the other members less so, so appreciate the opportunity. And Dr. Wilcoxon, would it be appropriate to recognize the dean for 5 minutes of public comment?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Devin, could you help to recognize George Desies?
This thing on?
Yes,
it is.
Good. Thank you, Natalie. Good afternoon, Dr. Wilcoxon and members of the committee. One lesson I learned long ago is that when the tentative ruling is in your favor, don't say anything. And so in the interest of time, I had planned to submit on the papers and upon the recommendation embodied in Ms. Leonard's memorandum of today's date. Just very briefly, Dr. Wilcoxon, I appreciate your remarks, but if I could address the ones that I took note of, seriatim, just for the record, on the matter of switching from quarters to semesters, I think, as I've explained my position to Ms. Leonard and in multiple writings, that came as a complete surprise to me that anyone would consider that a major change. It had not occurred to me. And when it came up in conversation with Ms. Leonard, Ms. Leonard said, you know, that may be considered a major change by the committee. I still fail to understand how a logistical scheduling change like that, with no other substantive qualitative change in the curriculum, could be considered a major change as contemplated by the rules. But in the spirit of cooperation and accommodation, I went ahead and filed the request for major change approval anyway. So again, that's just for the record. As far as my notification to the State Bar, to this committee, of the intended move of the administrative office, again, in light of and as a natural and ordinary consequence of this committee's kind approval of our previous application to convert from the fixed facility status to the distance learning status. Of course, it's a necessary evolution to downsize so that all of that classroom and hardbound library space that is now sitting fallow, those funds could be put to better use for the students in the school more broadly. It was not a coincidental staff call by which I advised the staff of that prospective move. Rather, there had been a previously scheduled Zoom call with Ms. Leonard et al. And that was in the morning. It had only been the afternoon before that I was advised that we had a new space to move into. I could not have advised the bar that we intended to move into a specific space until that time. So the only thing coincidental about it was that I happened to have had a previously scheduled Zoom meeting with Ms. Leonard at that time. And I advised the bar as immediately as was possible of the intended move of the premises of the administrative office. Again, with the 3.5 to the 3.0 hours of class meetings, and now back to 3.5. I see what you're, how you view it, Dr. Wilcoxon, that it looks like a welter of different requests and last minute. But the fact is that that is not, I think the terminology used is a modification of the curriculum. Again, with all respect, I fail to see how that's a modification of the curriculum. Again, it's a scheduling matter. We currently teach, and PCU has taught its courses in the form of 3.5-hour class meetings. The application to transition to an online school, to a distance learning school that was approved, included class meetings of 3 hours only. And that was my fault because I was trying to regularize or normalize the meeting times, because in my experience, 3 hours is standard operating procedure for a couple of reasons. The classes meet in the evening. That's 3.5 hours. It occurred to me was a long time to keep students engaged, if not awake. So I made the decision to conform.
30 seconds, Dean Desies.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. I made the decision to conform the classes to what I viewed as normal. And then I had consultations with faculty and students at PCU who have had 3.5-hour classes since time immemorial. And so I decided to burden this committee one more time to ask that in the form of a major change, may we please continue doing things the way we've been doing them since anybody can remember.
Thank you. Please conclude your remarks.
I am concluded unless there be further questions. Thanks, Natalie. And thank you, Dr. Wilcoxon, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dean. Any questions? If not.
Yes,
oh,
hold on.
Yes.
Sorry. Natalie, the way this item brought to my attention that bar passage rates are calculated differently for registered schools than unregistered schools. That's correct, right?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a regulatory requirement for the accredited schools to use a minimum pass rate according to a formula in those accredited rules. For the unaccredited, they use a formula partially guided by BMP 6061 that's a little bit more general. The main difference is that the unaccredited schools can count all passers during the 5-year window stated in their disclosures. So an NPR number is generally going to look a little bit lower than a registered cumulative 5-year number.
So can we put on the on the, I guess, in the work plan, in the category of reviewing the registered schools regulation or rules to look into whether there's some value in conforming their calculation to that for the accredited schools.
Absolutely. And to clarify, the Pacific Coast calculated their number to present to the committee correctly. And this is a general strategy question from the chair, if that's correct.
Yeah, I'm just, quite often reading these things causes lights to go on. And this is one of those cases.
Thank you, will do.
And the original motion did not actually have approval words in it, but I assume you've corrected that?
Yes, and so we will show a proposed motion up on the screen if there are no further questions, if someone is willing to make the motion. And to be specific, that motion is to allow Pacific Coast to teach their distance classes when they launch in the fall using 3.5-hour sessions instead of 3-hour sessions. And part of what we do as staff when we get a motion like this, and part of the reason why you request these curriculum changes to be brought by the committee, is to make sure that they have the proper hours so that all students qualify under the statute. If these were not done correctly, it could create a defect that couldn't be solved, that could cause students to lose a year of credit, and you'd never want that. So it's great that we are able to collaborate with Pacific Coast in this way.
And this is Robbie. I'll make that motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second the motion. This is Vince.
Okay, just to be clear, technically the staff recommendation did not include approving. So
We reposted, Paul. So the posted staff recommendation did include.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Is this is the right one, Nat, just to make sure?
No, this is CS bars something or other.
Sorry, I've got this is the one I had linked to. Sorry, let me make sure.
Oh, so sorry. I can bring
yeah,
it
that
up.
was the one I got. So
Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and bring it up. Just give me a quick second and I'll be happy to do it. Sorry for the delay.
Well, for the sake of time, it's basically to receive and file and approve their request, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that good enough for everyone? Seeing no dissent. Who made the motion? Do you have the motion in second, Devin? You're muted, but
I made the motion and Vince Reyes made the second.
okay. I guess we're good for a roll call then.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Epting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerrera,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres, Dr. Wilcoxon,
Yes.
Paul Kramer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, I
Go
will
ahead.
continue. Thank you.
Please.
So item agenda 0401, again with Pacific Coast University School of Law. They would like to move to a smaller administrative headquarters in its current building. The reason for this move is the law school's approved transition from a fixed facility category to a distance learning category effective fall 2023. Reduces the school's reduced need for physical space. Did the dean have any comments? I do see his hand up.
Are you hearing me, Dr. Wilcoxon?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope the following remark is not out of order. If it is, feel free to strike it. But relating to comments that you made earlier with respect to the prior application, you referred to our bar pass rate. Our 5-year cumulative bar pass rate is 37.6%. It's not nearly what I hope it to be in the future. It's not exactly an A+, but it's not an F either. And I'm not ashamed of it at this time. Thank you. That's all. I won't take any more time of the committee. Thanks very much.
And to be clear, I was not making any comments specifically about your pass rate, Dean. It was just about the formula that is used generally. And, reading about yours just awoke me to that question.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? If not, I'd like to recommend that the committee receives and files Pacific Coast University's request for major change seeking approval to move to its current location.
Did you say approve it as well?
Approve it as well. Thank you. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
My apologies, I was on mute. Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerrera,
Yes.
Dolores Heisinger, Larry Kaplan,
Lucy.
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn,